Welcome to the True Mouse Games YouTube channel, and welcome to the third session of the Tomb of Dying Dreams, our SYMBAROUM campaign of the Chronicles of the Copper Crown. Our heroes have hunted down the Flayer, this mass murderer that was tormenting the city of Thistlehold, and in that hunt, they also found the Copper Crown, an old artifact, a skull, really, that was stolen from a tomb deep in Davokar forest. That crown, sadly, still possessed a very malicious intellect, took control of Claudius, one of the party members, and Claudius ran off into Davokar with the skull, never to be seen again. However, Ordo Magica, only very shortly after these happenings, have discovered the tomb of the king, Hurian Lo Apak, one of the old SYMBAROUM kings, whose skull the player characters had the pleasure to interact with. Ordo Magica sent that expedition. They spent a couple weeks there, and then all contact with the expedition was lost. No one really knows what happened. Thus, our characters were tasked by Master Gonkai, one of the three masters of the Ordo Magica in Thistlehold, to travel to the tomb in Davokar itself and re-establish the connection, find out what happened to Magister Senya, who was leading the expedition, and the rest of the expedition. After some troubles, they found a boat. They traveled down the river. They lost a sailor to a malicious attack in the early morning hours, but they managed to reach, finally, the outskirts of the Ordo Magica expedition, their landing site, basically, where they encountered a closed building, two frightened novices, a young man by the name of Plendel and a young woman by the name of Marla, who were hiding in said building, and there was a pack of mare cats, or mare cats, weird feline predators with a fairly nasty poisonous bite, which luckily no one of our player characters had to experience too closely. They killed the cats. They for now liberated the two novices of Ordo Magica, and they have spent the night there, hearing that the rest of the expedition had traveled to a headquarters further inland, a good couple hours walk into the forest, that they had already found some sort of old crumbled palace, and also the location of the tomb, which is supposed to be somewhere further southwest from the headquarters, and also a massive sinkhole that they had discovered in the forest to the southeast of the headquarters, and pretty much nearly due south from where our players are at the moment. This is basically what our characters know for now. And those two novices had spent nearly a week covering and hiding inside this building, and they don't really know what happened to the rest of the expedition. For all they know, Magister Senya was preparing herself with her best allies, her best mages, and her best fighters to finally enter the tomb and breach its defenses. Maybe that didn't go so well, or maybe other things happened in the meantime. This was about a good 2 weeks ago or so by now. So, but we will find out what happened, I think, maybe today or maybe next time we play. Anyway, welcome to the Tomb of Dying Dreams, and let's see if the name proves true. Let's see if the dreams of our heroes, or whatever you want to call them, do actually die here, or whether they emerge victorious. Now, it is morning. Our heroes have rested, and it is a rainy day. Dark clouds have risen once more. As it was raining yesterday, it is also raining today. Not quite as heavily, but there is still a fairly steady rainfall hitting the roof of the wooden building that you have been camping inside. The novices, Marla and Plendel, have already woken, and they both look kind of nervous, especially Plendel. He's walking up and down as you wake up. And he gives you a look as soon as you start waking up and says, "It's pretty shitty weather. You think we might wait for a day or two to see if it gets better?"
No, I think we want to head out as soon as possible.
Right.
You can stay here, of course, like we arranged.
Yes, that would be much preferable, to be honest.
Yes.
I might be able to help you out with something more. That shed over there, he points to the second building that you haven't really investigated yet, and says, it's pretty much full of supplies. So if you need anything, tools and such, you might find it there. I'm sure Magister Senya won't have an issue with if you're taking anything. Those items, they were they were under the control of a clerk, a man named Tonsel, and I haven't seen him in a while. So I'm pretty sure they're just up for taking for now, right?
Did you just say tonsil?
Yes. That's his name.
Is he named? Right. Anyways.
I mean,
I immediately head for the shed to see what's there.
All right.
I yawn, get up, and pack my stuff together, and then follow Tarkala towards the shed.
Okay. So the shed is what looks to be just a single large room with a heavy wooden door, but the door is not locked. You can push it open with a little bit of difficulty, though, Tarkala, because you're not very strong. Nonetheless, with the will to get to these goods, you force the door open just wide enough so a goblin can fit through. And as you enter, you can see a little bit in the early morning sunlight. There's some water dripping down from the ceiling, but most of the building, the interior of this one single room, seems dry for now. And you can see it's pretty much stacked full with tools. And you also see a couple of weapons. You see at least 2 bows and a crossbow. And from the looks of it, there's also several suits of armor just lying on a low table.
Any bucklers or anything like that?
No shields or bucklers at all, no.
All right. What kind of armor is there?
There is 3 suits of leather armor, so light armor, and there is 1 single suit of scale mail armor, which is a medium armor.
All right. And you said there was a longbow.
There is.
But can I carry a longbow?
There's no longbows. No, there's 2 normal.
No longbow. All right.
2 ordinary hunting bows with 20 arrows each. So there's like basically just a whole bunch of arrows in a small barrel, basically. There is a crossbow and a bunch of crossbow bolts, about 20 or so, also lying around. And you can see there is 2 swords, several axes, and several spears just leaning against the wall, fairly neatly orderly in a fashion.
All right. I grab the arrows, bolts, one of the crossbows, and a bow just to have a spare, and haul those over to the horse to put them in the packs.
You don't have horses. Your horse.
Oh, right. That's true. We don't have horses anymore.
Yes. Remember, you negotiate with the innkeeper of the anchor.
Of course.
That you leave behind. The horse.
Well, of course. Well, in that case, I just I guess I lost a couple of arrows in the last fight, so I just grab a couple more.
So Odd has also arrived by the time Tarkala is looking through. Now opening the door all the way so you can fit through, and looking around.
Yeah, and I'm taking also 1 of the bows and a couple of arrows. I think. How many arrows are there?
Well, I'd say there would be about 30, 35 now that Tarkala has taken a few.
Okay, then I'd say I take 20 arrows with me.
All right.
I also definitely take 1 of the spears. And the axes are strictly weapons, or could you... anyways, and also 2 of
they
the
are
axes.
normal axes. You could very well use them as like for hacking down trees or such.
Okay, perfect. In that case, I'll also take 2 axes.
Mm-hmm. There's also a lot of different tools like shovels, pickaxes, and such lying around as well, if anyone wants to grab something like that.
I'll grab a shovel and a pickaxe.
All right. Be aware, of course, that these things are heavy. So I don't know how much you're already running around in, especially you, Victor. You're wearing fairly heavy armor, so you might not want to get too encumbered, but that's up to you.
You're right. I'm not going to take anything. I'll grab a sword, though.
All right.
Replace the sword that I gave
Actually, yeah, you're right. You lost the sword, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, all
and
right.
they look, equipment looks very well preserved. meticulously arranged. It looks like it's been very recently cleaned and oiled. Well, the last thing that happened basically before putting these items here, they were sharpened, cleaned, and oiled. There's a little on the weapons, well, not on the arrows, of course, but on the sword that you pick up, Victor, there's even a very, very fine coating of oil still on it.
Well done.
Sorry, I forgot Martin's character's name.
Gudrunal.
Gudrunal is not coming over to the chat, right?
Nope, he's staying behind and just looking over the maps.
Okay, in that case, I'll take the other sword too.
Is there anything else in here
What?
besides just the main supplies like that?
Weapons, armor, tools. That's pretty much from what you can see.
Okay. And then did we take the rations inside that we had in the boat?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
There's a whole bunch of new rations now in the main building with the two novices.
All right. If everyone else is done, I'm going to go.
As you are gearing up, Marla comes up to you and says, "Excuse me, can I ask you a favor? If it's not too much of a trouble for you, I had a friend amongst the hunters, the bodyguards of the expedition, a man by the name of Gorin, a red-bearded fella, quite handsome, with short hair. If you could keep an eye out for him, if you find him, tell him to head back towards me. I mean us. If that's not too much of a trouble."
I can arrange.
You want us to send him back by himself through the forest?
I mean, he was hired as a scout. He should be, but I mean, do you think it would be safer for him to stick with you? Well, whatever is safer for him. Yeah.
Depends on where we're going. If we
Assuming there's anything left of him.
If we think we're going to danger and we find him, we'll send him back, okay?
Right, thank you. That's all I asked for. She gives Dakala a slightly sort of look aside and then walks back. And good luck. And Plendel also comes out, sort of shrugs and looks up at Rain. So his hair's like being plastered back down against his head by the rain, and just shakes his head and says, "Well, I hope you find the others, and let's hope that some of them are still alive. I can't imagine what could have happened to them. Just keep an eye out, will you? If whatever's out there was powerful enough to overcome a good half dozen wizards and 20 or so armed men, you know what I mean, right?"
Yes, and speaking of which, do not allow yourselves to be lulled into a false sense of security now that we have defeated these beasts.
No,
be
of course
careful.
not.
Stay
Of course not.
inside.
Yes, for sure. I'll grab some of the weapons. There's a crossbow in there, right? I believe. I'm
Yes.
not best shot, but I'm not
And
too.
perhaps a spear or two would not be bad to have on hand.
Right, that's a good idea. And he walks in and comes out with like a whole bunch of weapons just like piled up on his arms and his shoulders, and says, "Well, that should be enough for now. We'll try to take care of ourselves if we can, but don't be too long. Eventually, a ship's gonna come, right, or something. I mean, if you can find the magic circle, hopefully we'll be able to establish contact with Thistlehold." And he sort of dumps all the stuff in all the weapons. You just hear a clang as he dumps all the weapons inside.
I would expect the worst. Perhaps you'll be pleasantly surprised.
One of my old teachers had the same mentality. Anyway, good luck. Seriously, take care. And he retreats backwards into the main building. You can hear the door being locked and just some crates pushed against it.
Thank you. And as I'm looking around in the chat, are there also other stuff like, for example, elixirs or something?
Not that you can see, no.
Okay.
I'll grab a bow if there's any left, like 5-10 arrows.
I believe the bows are actually... Tarkala, did you take a bow?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so then, yes, there is one bow left because Odd has taken one, and there was 2 in there now.
Okay, so I'll grab that bow and like 10 arrows.
Yeah. All right.
And a quiver if there is one.
Yeah, there is a couple of quivers, yes.
Yeah.
These are, looking at the bows and actually the arrows specifically, these look to be barbarian made. These are not Ambrian arrows.
Okay.
So you gather either some of the scouts were barbarians and brought these with them, or that's just equipment that they acquired from the tribes along the way.
Well, are we about ready to head off then?
I'm ready to go when you guys are.
I believe so.
All right, and you have the sort of vague idea of where you're going. In a more or less easterly fashion. All right, so you step out into the rain. Through the gatehouse, there's this massive wooden gate that is barred closed, but you can easily lift the bar, push up, open the gate, and step outside of the enclosure. And you can see now there is only about maybe 10 yards or so free of vegetation, and then the whole area, the ground just rises up, and there's a wall of trees, basically.
I kind of look to Gundrill. I'm like, you've why don't you go first? You're the scout, right?
I am. When did we establish this? I thought Odd was a scout, being all sneaky and small, you know.
Odd, you're the scout. You go first.
I don't actually.
I look at Gudrunal a bit wide-eyed and not quite getting the joke.
Right, of course. Odd being odd. Yeah, sure. I'll scout ahead.
How far do you want to go ahead? Don't you dare say it's not D&D.
Okay, I'll go 30 feet. No, basically.
Okay, suddenly a rock.
Basically, as far as you still can see them.
Okay, that's actually not that far. Yeah, but like maybe good 15, 20 yards, basically.
Yeah, I'll start like heading back when I stopped seeing them for like 5-10 seconds, something like that.
All right. Okay. And the rest of you is just traveling together with your hoods up. Although the rain, admittedly, under the cover of the trees is far less noticeable. And it's much softer as it hits the thick branches and massive leaves of the vegetation of SYMBAROUM above your heads. And you do realize as you're slowly pushing into the forest that the area is actually quite vibrant, whether that is due to the close proximity of the river or some other source, you're not quite sure. The vegetation is dense and extremely lush, dominated by tall hardwood trees with extensive canopies that do not let much rain or sunlight through. And the ground at the air at ground level is, even with the little rain that is coming through, is extremely moist. You can see a little bit of fog clinging to the bases of these old hardwood trees that rise up as high as you can see, pretty much. Some of them are towering above the others, titans that must be hundreds of years old, that would take many men to reach their hands around the bases. So, where do you want to go?
Well, wherever the map was pointing us, basically.
All right.
So that's down south, right?
Yeah, I thought it was like southeast. East, southeast.
Well, you should be able to see the hastily scratched map that I did on Roll20. Right. So you're here. This is the river. Imagine, as I said once before, a U that is on its head, the letter U. That is the river Malgamore. On the sort of central side of the left leg of the U, that is where you are right now. That is where the outpost of Ordo Magica is, the little harbor, if you so wish. And the central headquarters that they seem to have established in like an old tower ruin or something is pretty much smack bang in the middle. So you have to head nearly exactly east, maybe with a slight touch to the south. And you also know that there is a palace, an old ruined palace that is up north, closer to the river itself. And then there's a sinkhole that's sort of to the southwest of the area, and the actual tomb itself is in the southeast of the area. That is the 4 landmarks that you have heard of. About when Plendel told you about the area, what he knows anyway.
Okay, so the dark red circle is the sinkhole, and the bright red circle is the tomb.
Indeed.
Okay, perfect.
Right, so we're gonna head to the headquarters. That's
all right. So you're heading east, basically.
Yeah, east.
Mm-hmm.
Pushing through the vegetation, you do realize that this area once must have been quite heavily settled, actually, because there's a lot of bits and pieces of stone and rock pretty much constantly. There's most of it is crumbled and overgrown and just peeks through here and there. But there is also several walls, broken stone walls rising from the undergrowth, some of them nearly as tall as a man and long, maybe about 5 or 6 yards long or even longer. And after a while, you catch somewhere off to your left, you actually catch what looks to be half an archway that's struggling against the winding plants, sort of reaches up into the sky, but the top part is broken off and disappeared. And actually a tree is growing out from the archway. Okay, not quite as large as some of the larger specimens you have seen. But yeah, you get the impression that while this wasn't maybe like a city or something like that, there's not enough stone left for this, for that sort of thing. But you definitely get the impression that there has been a lot of buildings here once, however long ago this was. However, it looks like Davokar claimed the land, broke the buildings, and used them for its own nefarious purposes.
Nefarious. All right, so heading on then.
Mm-hmm. You move onwards, and you see not much at first. Trees and ruins. There is what looks to be a very, very vague path going from the headquarters in the direction you are going. So it looks like someone already cut a path through here. It must have been maybe a couple of weeks ago. You're not quite sure, and it's already partially overgrown, but you can see like a couple of branches that have been cut off with an axe or something like that, a few bushes that have been just ripped out and thrown aside, or they're now shriveling and slowly dying and being decomposed on the side as such. While there's by no means a street, there is still a winding pathway that you can follow if you so choose, that seems to be going in the direction that you want to go in. So do you want to stick to that pathway or make your own?
We'll stick to the path, I think.
Yeah, it makes it definitely easier for you to move. Saves you a lot of trouble. The ground is getting a bit soggy, but not soggy enough to really slow you down too much. However, definitely soggy enough to fuck up your boots or shoes.
I'll basically stumble along with the group, more or less in the second to last position. And though I don't care at all about my boots, I'll painstakingly lift the bottom of my cloak up so that it doesn't get ruined by the mud.
Yes, you have a very fancy cloak that has some memory value, I guess. Some what you call that?
Sentimental value.
Sentimental.
Yeah. Nostalgic, that was the word I was looking for. Yeah, but sentimental works as well. Value to you.
So I guess if Gudrunal is still scouting in the front, then I'll take up the rear. So I'm just sort of hanging just a bit behind everyone else. My bow at the ready. Seem very tense and on edge as I sort of watch the trail behind us as we head down the path.
Yes, you do realize, especially you, Tarkala, that this is Davokar. Or at least if it isn't, you are very close to it. And Dark Davokar is an area that you have heard a lot of legends of. Not many that venture into its depths return. And the parts of Davokar that you have seen on your way to Jakar, if you believe the stories, they were nothing more than a picnic on a Sunday afternoon compared to this. But for now, there doesn't seem to be any danger. There's a few animal tracks you pick up here and there, a few birds and such hiding in the trees, but no larger animals, since you have killed the meerkats. Either the meerkats are the dominant predator here, or they scared away the other predators. Were a dominant predator, of course, before you arrived. However, yeah, go ahead.
I just want to keep pushing through. I want to try and arrive there. You said it's like a half day's travel, right?
That's what the novice Blendel said, yeah, about a good half day's travel to get to the headquarters. Yeah. So it's a couple miles inland, basically.
Yeah, I totally want to try and get there. The rain's really crashed my vibe right now, so I want to try and push on and kind of encourage everyone.
Yeah. You have walked for a good hour or so when, Gudrunal, you see something extremely weird ahead. Remember that lushness and vibrant life that I told you about in the forest?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you coming upon a part where all that is gone.
Right.
You can see in front of you, about maybe 20 yards or so now away from you, there is a wall of dead vegetation.
Right.
Trees and vines that have turned gray and shriveled. Nothing green at all. It's like a wall of gray and black.
Okay, so
it's a jarring contrast.
I stop and start heading back to the group.
All right.
And so I'm not that vigilant of a person. So could someone help me take a look up ahead? There's something really odd going on here.
I nod my head and step forward.
All right.
Yes? What is it exactly? What did you
You others stay behind here, and I lead her to the dead vegetation.
All right.
If you think so, if you think that best. And I look really worried and even greener than usual.
Looking at this path, it looks like it's just continues. It's not just like a couple of trees. It's just continues onward into the forest. All the trees that you can see from that border onwards are dead. You can see.
Have I ever?
The leaves are still there. It doesn't look like the trees like shriveled and dried out. The leaves are still there, but they're dead. The moss on the ground and on the tree trunks is turned into this blackish gray, and you can see just vines dangling down, completely lifeless and just twisted and black. And the change is extreme. Like it's just one tree is fine, and then just 1 yard further away, all the trees are dead.
Is it like a path that's been cut out? Or?
Sorry?
Is like a path that's been cut out, like maybe like something passing through?
You're not quite sure. I mean, it just seems a wall going off to the right and the left.
Would I have ever heard of anything like this before, or possibly encountered it, or?
Give me a cunning check.
Is this all right? Just a sec. Damn, nah, not quite.
You have heard all kinds of story about dead vegetation. Usually, it's some sort of sign of corruption, but you don't know anything specific.
All right. Does it look like there's any way to go around it, or is it such a big swath that we have no choice but to go
You can't
through?
really see that far. This is still a forest, right? So looking down the left and the right, it seems to be stretching onward for at least about 50 yards in both directions, but you can't see further than that.
I turn back to Gudrunal. I do not like the look of this at all. I've heard many stories, and it's hard to say whether they may be true, but whenever I've heard whispers of such a thing, they've always spoken of corruption or something of the sort. Again, I don't know if this is good information, but I would not like to take chances walking through an area that may have been touched by some. I suggest we try to find some way to get around it, if that's possible.
Well, it is directly in our path. There's a possibility that it's originating from the wizard's tower, that something went wrong with their ritual.
It's possible, yes.
So we may just be wasting our time by trying to hit around it.
Yes, you do have a point. I don't have much to go on here. Mere rumors. Well, I suppose let's bring it to the others and see what they have to say.
Alex, I've never been in Dark Davokar, but I'm a decently well-read person, so can I make you can?
You can, definitely. You have been in Davokar a couple times, so while you haven't been in Dark Davokar yet,
yeah.
You might have heard stories, but nothing specifically of this nature. I mean, again, as Takala has also thought of, it strikes you as some sort of sign of corruption. But you can't pinpoint any specific legend or anything you have heard of anything like this. Whatever it is, it looks nasty.
Maybe the odd man has some pointers. He seems to be around from these parts.
Can ask him.
All right, so you return back the like 20, 30 yards back to Victor and Odd, who were waiting patiently, hiding under the canopy of a thick tree out of the rain, basically.
Right, so we're gonna need you both to come up here and give us some advice.
What did you see? What happened?
Well, everything is dead.
What?
It's best if you come see for yourself, I think.
Okay, and I'll follow along, really worried now, but also kind of curious to see what he was talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you see this wall of dead black and vegetation emerging.
I stare at it wide-eyed, and I'm not sure whether the check would also be applicable to me, as I only lived on the edge of, on the western edge of Davokar. But maybe I've heard stories
You
as a
have
mystic.
for which, I guess. So sure, I'll give you the roll.
Also against cunning, right?
Cunning is knowledge in SYMBAROUM.
Woohoo!
That has one level of success. You have heard of things like that sometimes happening to areas that have been passed through by some sort of manifestation of corruption, basically. There is, you have heard stories of something called a primal blight beast. So, you know, blight creatures like abominations, or creatures that were once animals and humans and such, have been touched by the blight and twisted. There is also stories about something called a primal blight beast. And a primal blight beast is something that has never been anything else. It has been, no one really knows where they come from. And they're very rare. And the stories about them are terrifying. These are creatures that can destroy entire villages or even whole tribes. You're not quite sure if this is indeed the trail of something like that, but you have heard of stories that tell of nature around the primal blight beast just dying by its mere presence.
Okay, I'll pass that info along to the others, and I also basically am leaf green by now.
All right, Odd seems disturbed.
and a bit shaking.
I'll kind of look at the wall. How wide is it?
As far as wide as you can see. At least 30, 40 yards. That's as far as you can see, pretty much.
I kind of turn to him and say, I mean, like, we need to go that way, don't we?
The little trail that you have been following goes straight through, by the way.
Well,
Was it done before or after?
Give me a vigilance check.
Nope.
You can't say.
I'll ask the others what they think we should do. I mean, I'm kind of thinking we should just like haul through it and like don't look back, but that's just me.
Well, I'm adverse to staying out in the rain for much longer, so I'm also tempted to head through, but I certainly don't want to run into the thing that caused this. So maybe we should all walk slowly. No, we definitely need to be fast.
Yes, let us move as quickly as possible. I don't like the idea of staying very long in this place.
All right, so you're just pushing through?
If you say so, I'm still shaking like crazy. I can basically hear the spirits scream in their dying agony.
Actually, no. There's nothing from the spirits, not even a whisper. Just silence, the silence of the grave.
Okay, my bad. There seem to be no spirits at all. I absolutely loathe this place. Let's move away from it as fast as possible.
I agree.
And I follow the others.
So you push through?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Stepping through. There's quiet around you. It seems like even the rain doesn't quite dare to fall in this place. Not as heavily as it does outside. Or maybe the rain is just dying down and your senses are playing tricks on you. You do, however, sense a feeling of cold. You're not quite sure if that's your imagination or if it's just this area is slightly colder than the forest that you just left. However, after walking only a couple yards or so, you see it seems to end. The whole thing is maybe about 50, 60 yards wide. But it does seem to end. And you hurry onward and manage to pass through. And stand on the other side, where the land is, again, vibrant and green and alive.
As I march out of the area, I praise the spirits loudly and basically almost kiss the ground, being quite happy to have passed the dead zone.
All right.
Tarkala's face has just been an unreadable mask the whole time, but you see sort of a deep sigh of relief as I emerge on the other side.
You wish to push on?
Absolutely.
Yeah, let's put some distance between ourselves and this place.
Same position as before. Gudrunal a bit ahead and the rest hanging up behind with Tarkala at the back?
Yeah.
All right. You continue onwards through the forests. And Gudrunal, you catch sight of some more ruins. What looks to be a broken tower in the distance. Still very tall, nearly as tall as the taller trees. But half covered in lichen and moss and such. Nearly looking like a tree itself in some ways. You continue onwards for a good hour or so, following the path, and then come upon another area where the vegetation is black and dead. And this time, you even see what looks to be remains of animals. There is large webs hanging down from the dead trees. And in those webs, Gudrunal, you see shriveled corpses, spiders, maybe as large as your fist, with their feet, their many legs curled inward in death.
And it's like the same as before.
It's exactly the same. It's just all of a sudden a wall of blackness.
Right. I stop and wait for the others.
All right. They catch up
Alright.
soon.
As I march up towards this second patch of dead land, I make a sign to ward off evil.
I think it's wise if we all stick a little bit closer together and keep our eyes very, very open.
I agree.
All right.
Yep.
Indeed.
You push into the second streak of death that you have encountered.
I also ready my weapons, also my shield and my club.
Bows
Looking
always.
around you, your weapons do give you a sense of security, but looking at the trees, these mighty bastions of life that have stood here for hundreds of years, the way that they have died under the touch of whatever caused this, you can't help but feel disheartened by the little club, axe, sword, and such that you have in your hand. However, luckily, the dead streak ends once more. This one is a little wider than the last one, but not much. And the forest turns lush and green once more. And you continue onwards, following the trail as you did before, and walk for another hour or close enough before you encounter a third place where the trees are black and dead.
What was the time between the first and the second?
About maybe 45 minutes. It's hard to say exactly, but like on average, yeah. It does strike you like as if the distances are similar-ish. Not exactly the same, but kind of similar between those streaks of dead vegetation, those paths or whatever you want to call them.
Well,
And the areas we passed are basically like clearings in the forest, right?
What do you mean
Or
clearing?
did they, as we walked through, are they circular in nature, or as we walked through, did they stretch towards the horizon?
It looks more like a path that you're crossing, like a road in some ways, those black areas. There's very few.
Okay.
But the trees are still there. It's not like it's cleared and we can see.
No, the trees are still standing.
Okay.
Some of the smaller ones might have collapsed, but most of them are still standing. There's very little clearing in this area. The trees are quite dense. The vegetation is quite dense.
Okay, but did the zone stretch as far as we could see? So could we, for example,
Yes.
reasonably follow that we are walking towards the center of concentric circles of deadland?
Maybe. I mean, these stretches of black don't necessarily look circular to you, but that might just be because of perspective. You're not sure.
Okay.
well, I think heading straight through is better than heading along it, because if we head along it, we run a 50-50 chance of running straight into this thing. So let's not do that. So,
All right. Well, nothing bad could possibly happen on the third one that we passed through, so I grit my teeth and continue on.
All right.
I've also become a bit more accustomed to these things by now, but am still visibly very uneasy and clambering my weapons tightly.
Give me a vigilance check, everyone.
Got 20.
I won! Yes!
Okay, the scout is actually scouting. So,
Why is he our scout?
it looks like Victor, Odd, and Takara, you're quite nervous, gripping your weapons, staring upwards into the trees, your ears wide open to catch any sound. It is very quiet, however, except for your own feet, just in the mud, walking, and a little bit of rain that you can hear. Gudrunal, you catch sight of something interesting. A splash of purple color in the blackness, off to your right. And looking at it, you see a flower of all things. A small purple lily pushing its way out of the ground, growing in the center of all this blackness and death. It is a curious, nearly bizarre sight.
Okay, I stop everyone and just point towards it.
Well, that certainly does not look good. Anything out of place and somewhere like this is not to be trusted. Take a step back, sort of pointing my bow in the direction of the thing, pulling an arrow out, and not drawing the bow, of course, but just knocking the arrow and taking a few paces back.
I'm believing anything but corrupted things live here.
This sight worries me greatly. It is so quiet here, not even the spirits are to be found. Yet still in all this death, this thing exists.
I
And
think we just need to keep wide berth around it and get as far away as possible. How about that sound?
that is a good idea. And do I have any chance of knowing or having any inkling of an idea what this could be?
I'd say you can give me a cunning check. You have the background where you might know about flowers and such, and plants in general.
Okay, and let's try that. Nope.
It looks
Can
like a
I
flower.
attempt it as well, or
You have been living in Davokar. Yeah, I will give you another a chance as well.
all right? That's one level of success.
Okay. You recognize the flower. It is called the lily of the valley. A small purple flower, every now and then encountered in Davokar. It's not unusual as such. It is not an extremely rare flower or anything. And you don't know anything special about it. It's not poisonous. It's not alive. It's not particularly healing or anything. But it strikes you as very odd that one of those would grow here where everything else is dead.
I'm still pointing my bow at it just to be on the safe side. Grumble to the others. I don't think this is any sort of creature or poisonous plant or anything of the sort. Nonetheless, it strikes me as odd. I think we should move up as quickly as we can.
I agree.
All right.
I'm not going to oppose to that.
So you circle around this flower, keeping a good eye on this magnificent enemy of yours.
The swords drawn.
Hardly at all. Yeah, just like, don't you dare move, flower. Slowly move away from it and disappears from view. However, as you progress, you do catch sight of 2, 3, 4, 5, few more. It looks like this is not just a single lily. This is a whole swarm closing in on you.
All right. Well, since there's too many of them for me to, keep my bow trained on all of them at once, I'm directing my attention more to the surroundings in general, just sort of keeping a close eye out to see if I spot anything that may be out of the ordinary.
This is the widest streak of death you have come across so far, nearly 100 meters wide, 100 yards wide, but you do eventually leave it. It's nearly double the width of the other two that you've seen, but it ends. So you reach the other side and you're standing once more in the forest.
You think the width of it is an indication of it having been a longer while? Because dead trees don't suddenly grow back, so what the hell?
I don't like any of this. Let's just keep going.
Yes.
Yeah, move away from it as fast as possible. And I take a deep breath of the fresh forest air and again praise the spirits, albeit this time much more quietly than the first time around.
Mm-hmm. The pathway that you're following is now starting to curl down towards the southeast, while it was heading pretty much straight east. for the last 3 hours or so that you have been following it, it seems to be curling southeast now. You do continue following it, however, and you pass a couple of old stone, what looks to be statues, but they are withered away nearly to nothing, and they're heavily overgrown. It's hard to make out any details. One of them seems to have been once clutching a spear, and the other one looks like it was holding some sort of sphere or something round anyway in 2 hands. However, as I said, the statues are so withered and overgrown that there's hardly anything that you can make out from there. And you walk for a good hour and a half to nearly 2 hours, and then get to another one of those streaks, those black paths or patches. This one, however, while all the 3 others that you have crossed so far were more or less seem to be in a sort of north-south direction, this one is more east-west, because you're moving like down, right? And it's intercepting your path here.
Well, who wants to just turn back and not go here? Just joking. Let's go straight into the belly of this forest-devouring beast. Forward.
All right.
Well, doesn't seem like we have much of a choice.
You.
I mean, we could turn back. That's no fun. There's no glory in that.
You could turn back. The closest town is only like a week's journey away or so.
Yep. Let's just not do this campaign anymore.
I turn into a mouse.
I march first and say, I want to get there. I want to get out of this place. And I start marching first towards the follow trail.
Yeah, you, Victor, thinking about the description that Blendel gave you and what you know about the area, as little as it is, you would figure that you can't be that far away from the headquarters. Maybe another half hour to an hour of walk at the most. You have been walking for a good 3.5 hours now or so.
God, I hope.
And you push onward once more, the 4th time, into the black darkness and the death of the forest around you. However, this streak isn't very wide, only about maybe 30, 40 meters. Nearly immediately after you enter it, you see the exit in distance. And excuse me. These corruptions, they're just affecting my lungs.
Suddenly there's a guy with cigarettes appearing.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's just too many smokers. In Davokar. Anyway, so you managed to pass without any further incident, left this 4th path behind you.
I again praise the spirits as I leave the dead zone behind me.
All right. And you continue following the path?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Yep.
And Gudrunal's up ahead, right? Or is Victor up ahead? Victor, I think you said you wanted to push through, taking the lead.
Yeah, push ahead.
Okay. So Victor, if you're up ahead, give me a vigilance check, and also a that's fine for now. Nope. Okay. Then give me a discreet check, with of course the modifications by your armor.
What's for heavy armor? I didn't realize that was
I believe
-4. -4.
-4.
I need a 1.
Excellent.
I rolled a 20.
Okay, so Victor is just like heavily breathing and just breaking through bushes and such with
Clang, clang, clang.
Pretty much. I mean, he's very heavily armored. There's his sword just slightly shivering around. Yeah. Sometimes he just stops and like claps in his hands into his hands randomly.
Well,
I'm not too upset about the one person that can actually take a hit. Well, one of the 2 that can actually take a hit, being the one who's left.
I do actually have a horn in my backpack, so if he really wants to make even more noise, he could borrow that.
Excellent. So
next time.
Victor, As you continue moving forward, you hear a soft rustling sound coming from ahead of you, from in between the trees. And you stop, you listen. That's all there is.
All right. I'll assume I just scared a bunny or something like that. I'll keep moving forward.
All right. As you continue, you do actually, funnily enough, see a bunny. However, that bunny is pretty dead. They're flying on the floor. And there's a little bit of a stain of blood on one of its sides.
Can I tell? Well, it just got bit. It wasn't eaten.
No, it's other than that, it is preserved. Looking at it, looks nearly like an arrow wound, or maybe a stab wound from like a small spear or something along those lines.
I'll keep my eyes open and I'll point it out to the players. Are they my other friends, like companions, I guess?
Yep.
Is it fresh blood, or I guess I need a cunning check for that, you think?
Yes, yeah, if you want to take a look. I mean, it doesn't look dried up. It's still, there's still a little bit of blood flowing. You can tell that without a cunning check.
Okay. That's all I want to do. I pointed out to the rest of them and say we should probably stay a little closer together and keep an eye out.
Yes, let's stay all next to that loud tin can. Well, I suppose since you're the one who's keeping things from eating us, that's fine. And I sort of sigh and shake my head, still holding my bow ready just in case.
All right.
I concur, Terkala, and I step a bit closer towards her. Or
So you're moving as a group. All right.
Yeah.
As you do move further, you walk for a few hundred yards, and then ahead of you, pushing through the trees, you can see what looks to be the top of an old, fairly wide stone tower. It's not very tall, and it looks like it was way taller once, a long time ago. It looks basically like only about half the tower or so is left, or however much must have crumbled on top. And you do see, even through the trees, that most of the exterior of the tower is covered in black ivy. Shriveled and potentially dead, like the ones you have seen in these dark streaks of whatever it was that you have crossed paths with. It is maybe about 100 yards or so away from you at the moment. Maybe, let's say 50 or 60 yards away from you at the moment.
I turn to the others. Shall I turn myself into a somewhat more inconspicuous form and investigate it more closely, or shall we stay together? I'm a bit apprehensive about exploring by myself, but...
Well, yeah.
Well,
Something tells me that if this beast comes, won't matter what shape we are, how fast we are, or anything we do. So
Matters how hard we stab. I said we gotta stay together. Oh,
well, you're certainly way more inconspicuous than our walking armory over here. So, yeah, I'd suggest go ahead, take a look.
I only have 4
Maybe
weapons.
we can avoid meeting something nasty that way.
Yes, well, unless I meet something nasty all by myself. And I look a little bit uneasy, shuffling around on my feet, sort of reluctant, looking at the other two to see what they think.
I say we just keep going together. I don't. Maybe we'll scare whatever it is off. If we clang loud enough.
I just sort of tap him on tap Michael, I think. No, what's your character name? Fuck, I forgot.
Victor.
Victor on the shoulder, and just like keep thinking that, buddy, keep thinking that, and just head off.
You knock a bell off my backpack.
Victor's words. Dang it. Sorry, never mind.
Okay, so Gudrunel, you said you headed off towards this tower.
Yeah, I'm sort of looking over my shoulder to see if the others are coming also.
Yeah, I'm gonna head with you.
Yeah.
All right. So you're moving as a group. Odd and Torkala, you're following?
Yeah.
Yeah, I follow
I guess
that as
I'll
well.
take the rear position again, although not so far back, just right behind everyone else.
All right.
I think I'll approach a little bit more sneakily than before.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Give me a discreet check. So you're not walking with the group then, right? Because if there's 3 people not sneaking and you want people sneaking, that's not going to make much of a difference.
Yeah,
Okay.
like
So you sort of set yourself off to the side a bit.
yeah, like 30, 50, somewhere in between their yards.
All right. Give me a discreet check then.
That's cunning. That's discreet. Hey. 6 points of success.
6 levels, nice. Okay, yeah. With a soft rustle and then nothing, Gudrunal disappears to the right into the bushes and it's gone. Okay, so Gudrunal, as you approach, in fact, you'll be hanging back a little bit because you're sneaking, so you're slightly slower than the rest of the party. So the rest of you will reach the area first. What you can see is a clearing in the forest. Looks like it's been cut fairly recently. There's still logs of trees lying around on its edges. And there is also, however, most of the trees must have been used to build this wooden wall, basically, that is attached to one corner of this large keep-like fortress structure. So basically, that's the fortress. And then in one corner, there's this enclosure that looks very similar to the one that you have seen on the river, where you found Marla and Plendel. And in the enclosure, you can see buildings that have been recently constructed. 2 buildings. One is a gatehouse with a wooden gate, like you've seen pretty much exactly like the one you've seen in the little harbor or landing site. The other one is a little more sturdily built. It looks like some sort of large shed or outhouse or something along those lines. And then there is the tower itself that is basically attached, or this wall is attached to the tower. You do immediately realize that one of those streaks of blackness approaches the tower from the opposite side of you and seems to stop there. So the whole tower, all the moss and vines and such that have been crawling it up for it for many generations are dead. Most of the grass in the immediate vicinity of the tower is black and dead. However, the grass in the rest of the clearing is green and seems to be alive. The tower itself looks like it has been fixed up with a new roof. The roof itself is just a straight up, even roof made of wood. Definitely not the original roof. And there's also what looks to be the entry path, a door that looks very sturdy and very new. A very heavy wooden door, basically, that encloses the entrance of the tower itself, which is within this little enclosure. Nothing is moving as far as you can tell, except for the rain hitting the tower, and the grass and the trees around you is also very quiet. The palisade itself, looking at it closer, is, as I've said, fashioned from rough logs. And it is only held together by twined leather cords and seems to be only about the height of Victor, basically. Odd can look over the palisade probably without any problems. It doesn't look like it's designed to hold off any significant enemy, probably only just a few wild beasts.
Can I climb up onto Odd's shoulder and peek over?
Certainly, yeah.
Yeah.
There is
how far away are we from the palace?
So you're now at the edge of the forest, maybe about 10 yards or so inside the forest. So the enclosure and the tower will be about maybe 30, 40 yards away from you.
Okay. And there's nothing else to be seen. So no movement, no things moving into the clearing.
The tower, you do see that the tower has several windows, just black holes in the stone. But you don't know if someone's watching from there. Or something. Gudrunal, you'll of course see this as well, having snuck up to, so that you're coming more from the sort of southern part, whereas the rest of your party is coming from east. So while they're facing the gatehouse and the enclosure, you're actually facing the back of the tower.
So basically, we've gone in a circle around the tower. If we're coming from the east, since we came from the west.
Oh, sorry, the west. Sorry. I said, yeah, sorry, I meant west.
Yeah.
You're coming from the west, yeah, you're coming from the south.
Okay.
The blackness of death and dead vegetation comes from the northeast.
Okay, and it doesn't go east. South,
No.
I mean.
No, it seems to either end or begin at the tower.
Right. Okay, I think I'll approach the group. And so I did some scouting around, and it appears to be either originating or ending here.
That is
My guess is originating.
That is quite worrisome. But I fear we have to investigate this thing a little bit closer.
Yep. Well, there appears to be only one way in, right?
Well, I can try to peek over this pitiful semblance of a barricade.
Do that.
Okay. And Ambika said that Tarkala wanted to also take a look.
Yes, I believe she climbed up onto your shoulders. So you both step up, you look in.
Yep.
But there's not much to be seen in the actual, let's call it a courtyard, in the interior of this enclosure. There's just that the gatehouse itself, which is like a small building with a roof and the gate that closes the enclosure up. And there's that one large shed type building. And of course, the gate itself that leads into the tower.
Okay. Tarkala, do you think now would be an opportune time for you to take a somewhat more conspicuous form and scout ahead a bit more?
Yes, I can try it, but remember that doing so incurs corruption, and I am not certain if I want to tempt fate with that, especially if I might need to use my magic for more destructive purposes soon.
Well, at least here, short question, can I hear the spirits here? Yes, sir?
Yes, there are spirits here.
Okay, well, at least here, I can still hear the spirits, so it seems to me that, at least for the moment, we are in a somewhat safer zone of the forest.
Well, I can attempt it, I suppose. And I slip in. I rummage around in my backpack for just a second. And can I like put a vial of concentrated magic and herbal cure in my pockets of my robe so that I don't have to leave it behind just in case I might need it? And still, all right. So I'll do that, and then I hand the rest of my my backpack to Odd, but I'm still, carrying my weapons and arrows. And then I attempt to shapeshift.
You, by the way,
Pass.
you have taken a
That's for the
corruption for the shape.
Yeah, I have that.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly, for learning the ability, yeah. All right, so I passed both of my resolute checks, so I gain only 1 point of temporary corruption.
Yeah.
And so you guys see me once again shrink into the form of a very small snake.
I stretch out my hand, touch the top of the barricade, and basically provide a path for Tark to slither along. And also I put her backpack on top of the huge pile of supplies sticking out of my backpack.
Yeah, with all that you're carrying now, Odd, you're quite heavily encumbered. So you're like, this is fairly heavy. You won't be able to move very fast with this.
I mean, he has in there a couple vials of stuff and my like explorer pack or whatever, plus some extra arrows, I guess. So anyway.
Yeah, but he's already carrying a bunch of stuff.
Yeah. Is anyone less encumbered? Or I guess not really. I mean,
Anyway,
we got an armored, heavily
Well,
armored guy, and all right.
I don't think anybody else could easily carry all that stuff. Basically, Otis packed to the brim and would more or less overload anybody else with all the stuff he's
All right.
lugging around.
Then in that case, I just, I head up over the edge of the palisade, keeping a careful eye out as I try to get a bit closer to this tower.
All right, so you're heading straight for the tower.
Well,
Yeah, give me
not
a-
exactly straight. If there's a way that I can approach it less directly, sort of around the edge of the palisade, as close as I can get without having to slither straight across.
Very quick map of this in the upper corner of
Yeah,
the Roll20.
I am having a hard time visualizing it.
Yeah, so you can visualize it. This is basically what it looks like. So this is the palisade, right? So basically it's a rectangle on top of a circle. The circle overlaps the rectangle in the lower right corner of the rectangle. That's where the palisade touches the tower with two walls and then stops. And the gate towards the tower, this new wooden, fairly sturdy door, is inside the palisade, basically facing this way.
All right.
And there's, I said, one like a shed type building like up here, basically. And you're coming from this direction, up here somewhere.
All right,
which is
coming
also
from up there. Okay, well then I will actually not go straight towards the tower. So slithering around the side of the palisade, I will head in the direction of the shed.
Okay, give me a discreet check.
Yeah, just a sec. Where's that? All right. All right, that's one level of success.
How many?
I guess I don't know what I'm rolling against. That would be 1.
One level. All right.
But I can re-roll it if I want to. But I guess I can't do that while also knowing whether that beat whoever might be watching me. So.
All right. Okay. Well, no reaction seems to be forthcoming.
All right.
You slither up to this shed or whatever you want to call it, really.
All right.
It is a fairly newly constructed building. You can see that, and as soon as you as you come up, you smell the stench of rotten and decaying food, basically coming from inside, quite heavily.
Got it.
Spoiled cheese and such.
Are there any windows that one might be able to see through on the side of the building?
There are windows, however, they are barred shut with wooden bars.
Okay. Is there any sort of gap or opening or crack anywhere?
Give me a vigilance check.
All right.
It is a fairly hastily constructed building, so you...
7 levels of success.
Oh yeah, you do find very soon, slithering around, you find a small hole, and you can manage to wiggle your way into the building. It is fairly dark,
all right,
but you can perceive enough and to realize that this is basically there's a lot of goods in here, a lot of organic goods, so food items, bread, meat, fish, fruit, and such. And but it's all spoiled and rotten and weird. That's where the heavy smell is coming from. These must be fresher provisions for the expedition of Ordo Magica, but it looks like it's been here for weeks, untouched. Okay. And there's also quite a bunch of rope, lanterns, barrels, and such standing around everywhere. You see several pickaxes, shovels, a couple of grappling hooks hanging from the walls. And so it's just making out silhouettes basically in the dim light of the interior of this building,
All
hearing
right.
the rain fall onto its roof.
I'll just slip right back outside, and then moving sort of back towards the palisade, just I guess a bit away, and I'll continue basically going along the side of the palisade until I hit the part where it is basically touching the tower.
All right. And looking at the tower, there's definitely several little holes where stones have cracked or even crumbled outwards or inwards that you could use to enter the tower. However, most of them are further up high. So you'd have to sort of climb your way up and then sort of slither in if you can. And as I said, the whole tower pretty much is covered in this black moss and fungus and just creepers that are all dead and dried out.
All right. Well, then I will try to do that. I'll try to get up to someplace, not just slither right through, but sort of where I can peek inside.
Okay. First, give me a discreet check, and then give me a quick check.
All right. Oh yeah. All right. That's my discreet check. That's my quick check. I guess that passes my quickest 10. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good enough. So with a little bit of difficulty, but not too much, you manage to wind your way past these dead creepers and such. When you touch them, your snakeskin feels weird. It looks like it nearly feels like they're emanating a slight cold, as if they were covered in frost just a few moments ago.
Shit. All right.
But it's uncomfortable, but not painful as such. And you do find a small hole that you manage to wiggle through and stick your head in to look into the interior of the tower. And inside, you see something you probably didn't really expect. Goblins. Quite a few, actually. They're armed. Several of them are carrying bows and spears and such, and peeking outwards, keeping an eye on the area. They are alert. You immediately sense that, and they are tense. And these are goblins unlike any you have seen before. They seem nearly feral. They're wearing furs and leather, but they're sort of shifty and fidgety. And when they speak in short sentences, it's extremely difficult for you to understand more than a word or two. They speak in some weird dialect that is goblin language, but very different from the language you have used to.
All right. I'm going to take a little bit more time just sort of waiting there and listening just for a little bit longer to see if I can make out anything that they say with a bit more extended concentration on their speech.
Give me a vigilance check.
All right. 2 levels of success.
Looking through the chamber, you see, you hear noise coming from above you, and there's like platforms that basically wooden platforms that have been attached to the sides of the tower on the inside, and you figure there must be more goblins upstairs, or well, not really upstairs as such, but above you. However, they sound afraid and nervous, and you reckon these must be the civilians. It really looks to you like there's a whole small tribe here. The goblins that you can see are probably about maybe 15 or so goblins that you can see, but it looks like there's more goblins up above you, basically, huddling there, protected. You do spot 2 individuals that stick out. Goblins have different equipment and such. Several of them do seem a little larger and a little better armored than the rest, and these are carrying shields and what looks to be like scimitar type weapons. And the others are smaller. There's about maybe 3 or 4 of those that look like some sort of maybe elite warrior or something for goblin levels anyway. And the rest are just generally, you'd say, militia at best, like spears and a couple bows, and they're fidgety and looking around. As I said, you get this sense of feralness. Like they're not really the type of goblin that you've experienced before. They're very different from the goblins that you have seen in Fistlehold. They look like nearly different races as such. And you see several of them have these jagged bone spikes just pushed through their skin, like some sort of crude jewelry or something, if you want to call it that. You do see two goblins that seems to stick out, a male and a female. The male is fairly large for a goblin again, and has a decently looking type of leather armor on him, and he's holding a spiked club that looks pretty nasty, sort of leaning against his shoulder. And he's sitting on what you would only describe as some sort of makeshift throne made of wood and the bits and pieces of stone, and on the sort of opposite side of the chamber, opposite the door itself. And he's talking to what looks to be a female. And from what you know, you being a goblin as well, the others wouldn't pick this up, obviously, but you figure they might be siblings or something, because they look similar in their facial features as such. They both have these pointy noses, slightly protruding chins, and fairly large sort of ears slightly hanging down, with the tips slightly hanging down. The other one is definitely a female goblin, however. And the female is not wearing any armor. However, she is wearing a wooden staff that seems to be adorned with small fetishes of bone and fur and feather. And they're whispering with each other. They seem quite agitated. The female is seems to be doing some sort of questioning gestures. You can't make out what they're talking about. You're too far away. The male looks nervous and kind of angry, and he seems to be keeps pointing at the middle of the room, and then onward over to the door.
All right. Well, I guess I will leave then at this point. Slither back down the side of the wall and make my way back towards the others.
Okay. Give me one last vigilance check before you leave.
All right. Okay. Nope.
Right. So you slither away. Give me a discreet check.
Okay.
See if you can get away unseen.
10.
That is fine. Yes.
Yeah.
You slither out unseen and disappear through the grass and return back to your companions.
All right. So I guess I have to make a resolute check to change back into my form.
Mhm.
But is there a penalty to this? Is there like
No.
a time that it lasts?
So it doesn't really matter. You just do it.
Is that really only in combat, I guess?
It's just exactly outside of combat. It doesn't really matter. Eventually, you'll succeed. So it's fine.
Yeah.
You return
All right.
back. You slither over the wall and pop back up.
Yeah. Relieve Odd of his extra burden.
Yeah.
Yeah, as Tark is back, I just hand her all her stuff and ask, really interested, so what did you see?
Yes, well, we are certainly outnumbered, but it is not some sort of abomination. And I recount what I've seen in the tower, the numbers and the fact that I saw what appeared to be siblings. And, and then I sort of, yes, and I don't know what to make of this. They seemed a bit agitated. But I don't think that we should approach them. I don't know what there is to gain from that, but as you wish. They clearly outnumber us, so if they decide that they don't particularly have a liking for us, then, well, we may be in for some trouble that we could easily avoid by just minding our own business.
Well,
Did you say they were in the tower or in the building?
They were in the tower. The shed contains some sort of supplies, what smells like mostly rotted food, some simple tools and other items, nothing of any particular great value that really warrants us needing to go into the shed and attract their attention to retrieve it.
well,
The problem is we need to head into the tower.
Do we need to head into the tower?
Well,
I
we need
didn't
to
really see
investigate.
anyone there but goblins.
Well, that's where the wizards hold up, wasn't it?
Yeah, what if they're holding a prisoner?
Not as far as I could tell. I heard some goblins moving about in the upstairs area, but I suppose it's possible.
Even if they don't, the tower will probably hold some clue as to what's happened.
Well, I suppose there's no way of knowing for sure.
Well, there is actually heading in there and checking you out.
Well,
Yes, well,
I
hitting
don't-
in there is a bit easier said than done when there's about 15 goblins, some sort of shaman or witch, and a couple of very well-armed warriors, 3 or 4 to be exact, plus their leader.
My character goes.
Well, I don't like that situation at all. It seems
And they are armed with bows, and the tower has windows, so I don't exactly suggest approaching it head-on. Be skewered with
What-
arrows before we can walk 5
We could
feet.
try knocking.
It seems that they're quite nervous. From what you've told, it strikes me as though these goblins were actually fearing us or hiding from something, rather than just making a home here.
Probably
Or
the beast.
What do you say, Turkala? You know the ways of your people way better than any of us.
Not these ones. There is something strange and feral about them. Hard to read them, and I would not trust them.
Could this be the influence of the corruption around these parts of Davokar?
I cannot say. I would imagine that they are simply a somewhat more feral and guarded tribe from deep in the forest. Suppose you could say a bit less civilized than my own people, if you wish to use such terminology.
This is a concept we as Ambrians are very well aware of.
You guys
I'm
ever take
certain-
a handshake too?
Well, naturally you are.
Well, when you're the ones who've come up with the definition of what it means to be civilized, I suppose you can tell everyone else whether they are or not.
Exactly. Well, I don't see any recourse. We need into that tower. Maybe we can negotiate with them.
Let's just knock. I mean, no harm trying.
Unless they are as feral as Turkala pointed out, and they take us prisoner and decide to strip us of our gear and maybe cook us.
Or, yes, just kill us on the spot and loot our corpses. As
I'll
I
regret
said,
this. I'll
if
die
them are
before.
armed with
I'll die before they
bows.
take me prisoner. I think we can take them. There's a couple of feral goblins. They're not as educated, well spoken as
more
you.
than a dozen. And one of them, as I have mentioned, sort of staff, perhaps a witch, perhaps a sorceress. It would
Well, we
be
have you.
very foolish to underestimate them. Yes, you have one of me, you have 3 of you, and there are 15 of them. I don't like those odds.
You don't like
Plus
odds?
some civilians upstairs who may or may not be able to put up a fight if the situation called for it.
Well, what the hell else are we gonna do? Follow
Yeah.
the trail
I
of
see.
black?
Suggest proceeding carefully whatever we do, not just waltzing in, assuming that we'll have the upper hand, because I don't think that that's a fair assumption to make.
Neither do I, but we still need into the towers. So, instead of deliberating about how dangerous this is, maybe we should deliberate on how to plan.
We knock on the front door and say we're here to help.
Yeah.
I don't hear anyone else giving any better ideas.
Well, it is a bit strange that they do not have posted any guards around here. Or
Perhaps
do you suppose they might have already spotted us and are watching us
I'm
from
not
a
certain.
hiding place?
I can't say for sure. Perhaps we could draw some of them out to talk. Perhaps if one of us moved closer to the tower, offering up some sort of white flag or something, then perhaps one of them would come out to meet us. And then at least we would know whether they intend to attack us on sight or not, before we walk right up to the door.
I volunteer Victor.
I volunteer myself as well.
Well, perfect. Now we just have to give you some sort of offering for them, and then you can go right up there and conduct your Ambrian diplomacy.
I am the best talker here, aren't I?
You certainly have a,
I have
you,
no
you
idea.
absolutely have a way with people, Victor, but with goblins? Are you sure?
I mean, Tarkala loves me, so I'm sure I'll be fine with them. and I tussle the bones.
I
But yeah,
see
they have
you're
a
great
kill
at
threat.
reading goblins as well.
Right? And I say, what are you guys going to do while I go up there?
Prepare for a fight.
All right,
Yeah.
so I guess I'll go knock at the door.
Oh god.
Wait, you said you have a horn, right?
Yep.
Step forward
Um,
and make a bunch of noise or something. I don't know.
Has Alex frozen for anyone else?
No, not for
No.
me.
Okay, never mind. Just me then.
Still here, listening.
Okay, great.
Yeah. Also, I answer Victor's question with, well, may the spirits be with you. I'll pray for the success of your talk with the goblins.
Thank you. So I nervously walk up to the front gate.
Well, that means you'd have to climb over the fence first,
Oh yeah.
which isn't too difficult to climb.
It's-
Do you
okay.
like take all your stuff with you?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, you slowly climb over the fence, dropping into the interior of this palisade, and then start moving towards this fairly new-looking, fairly sturdy wooden door. You have weapons in your hands, or how are you walking up?
They're all in their sheaths or respective pouches or whatever.
All right.
I'm not
What
walking
type
up.
of weapon are you with you for now?
I have my sword on my back. I have a war pick at my waist and a crossbow also on the back.
All right. So fairly heavily, and a shield somewhere, I presume.
Yeah, shield on my arm.
All right. You are approaching the front door. Where's the rest of you doing?
They're like leaning over, like watching me.
Behind the palisade, like a bunch of
absolutely.
scared little.
I'll wait right
babies.
at the palisade, more or less standing on my toes and looking what fate is befalling Victor there. And
So three of you
also,
are just like,
if
I got
if
my bow
Tarkala-
ready to shoot at anyone who might shoot at Victor.
all right.
And
I think I'll head off like 30, 20 yards. I don't know, something like that, to the right, and sort of try and vault over the palisade, kind of carefully.
and I guess Tarkala is also standing on my shoulder again, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Or
I
you can
guess I
just
need
sit on
to
the
be able
palisade
to
if you
see.
want to.
I can see over it, or
You can sit on top of the palisade if you want to.
yeah, I assume I'll be seen if I do that, but I also will be seen if I'm
You'll-
standing there.
Yeah.
True.
On
So
on-
I'll do that, I guess.
Alright.
Holding my bow at the ready.
All right. And sorry, Gudrunal, what did you say? You said you want to sneak off and hide somewhere. Is that correct?
Yeah, basically a bit away from where they entered, because I expect all of the eyes to be on them.
All right.
So
And where you just hide in a forest?
no, I'm if the palisade is its like level, so
Yes.
I can like find another place to hop over.
Oh, you want to cross into the palisade
Yeah.
as well? All right. All right. Give me a discreet check.
Let's see. I'm trying to basically go to there.
Yeah. Like in the sort of dead angle sort of thing, right?
Exactly.
Well, I'm afraid you sort of stumble and land fairly loudly on the other side of the palisade. It's like a sound as the mud just splashes under your feet.
Okay,
Victor,
so I'm
you
just
can-
standing up and dusting myself off and heading out into the open.
Okay, so you're approaching.
alongside Victor.
Okay, so the two Ambrians are now approaching the gate.
Yep.
What character
Interesting
you guys
choice.
have to roll up next?
Yeah. So as you do approach, You stand. There's no reaction. You do, however, hear like coming from. There's a window up above the gate on one on each side, and you can hear like goblin voices whispering from beyond it.
I'm gonna knock on the door.
You can't see much in through it.
I'll knock on the door.
Okay.
No, like more like a dainty knock. Nothing too like
Well, this
aggressive.
is a very heavy door. Dainty knock's not going to do anything, I'm afraid.
Okay.
It's just
dainty
not
knocks.
going to be heard at all. Anyway, so you knock quiet for a bit. You hear some more voices. A minute or so passes, and then the door swings inward, opening up, and you see two goblins standing there, shields and scimitars out, looking at you. And there's like 4 more goblins behind them. All 4 of them notching, have arrows notched, not drawn back, but definitely pretty nervous. The 2 that have opened the door slowly start backing away, and the archers are backing away with them.
I say, hail and well met, my dudes.
They look at each other. Don't seem to answer. You're not sure if they understand. You sensed this very strong tension in the room, and these creatures seem more like animals than like civilized beings. The way they stand, the way they gaze at each other, the way they seem to communicate with more body language than anything else, and these yellow eyes like slits looking at you from under the brows of their goblin skulls as they're slowly backing away into their building.
How far away is this entrance from where I'm sitting up on the palisade?
Maybe about 25, 30 yards.
Okay. I don't know. Can I see what's happening at all? That they're
Yes.
sort of backing back into the...
You saw 2 goblins appearing and then disappearing back inside, basically.
I tried to sort of yell out to them, since I'm not particularly stealthy anyway. I mean, I know that they don't speak my language, but I just like trying through a combination of my my dialect of the goblin language and some gesturing or whatever, try to like say something along the lines of, we don't want to hurt you, we come in peace, whatever, blah blah blah.
Okay.
Something along those lines.
Okay.
So you said the Ambrians up to the door, while the ogre and the goblin stay behind.
That's why I said interesting choice.
Well, you always send the peace offering first, don't you?
Oh no.
So I'm kind of like trying to use like just as many words as I can think of that are positive for like good and friend and like
Right.
peaceful.
Yep, sure. Give me a persuade check.
Oh god.
Rip.
Oh no.
They look at you see just one of them glancing quickly at you, but you're not sure if he understands. And then the 2 goblins disappear. Those are both of those sort of more like elite warriors that you've seen before. So Victor and Gudrunal, you see in front of you, there's basically a single room. It's maybe about 4 yards by maybe about 8 yards. So it's sort of a longish, thin room.
Mm-hmm.
And opposite across from you, there's the basically a short tunnel leading into the main chamber. That's where the goblins are backing away into now. You can enter the front room, which is immediately behind the door, basically behind the front door. That one seems to be empty of goblins anyway.
Are they like inviting us in almost? Can I get that feel from it?
Maybe.
Okay. I just kind of stand there awkwardly.
Maybe
I
for
just kind of
trouble.
wait.
The goblins have retreated backwards. The 2 warriors with the shields are still sort of waiting at the doorway opposite you, now about maybe 6-7 yards away, sort of peeking in at you and then looking over their shoulder quickly and then turning back towards you, sort of shifting their attention between the 2 of you and whoever is behind them.
I look curiously towards Takala. So, do you think they speak Embryon?
Well, they certainly didn't respond to whatever I was saying to them in Goblin, although there may be many reasons for that. I can't say. I don't know. Many goblins do not speak Ambrian. I assume these would be the least likely to, but it's hard to say for sure. Should we get a bit closer? It seems that they are not bent on attacking immediately.
I think that would be a good idea. I still don't like this at all, but at least the Embrians are fine for now, so yeah, let's get a bit closer to them.
All right. I just sort of hop down from the top of the palisade.
So you both climb over.
Yeah.
And catching up with your friends.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm hanging a bit back, within bow range, basically. I don't have an arrow knocked. I just have the bow sort of held at my side.
All right.
And I have the club stored also at my side, but I'm still holding the shield. But the shield with the shield arm loosely at my side, and basically try to walk up there as non-threateningly as possible.
All right. Well, from the looks of it, no goblins can see you at the moment. Not as far as you can tell. There's many of small holes in the walls of the tower through which goblin eyes might be watching, but you're not sure. Okay, so Odd steps up to the two Ambrians. Takala hangs back maybe 10 yards or so. We're like in the center of the courtyard now, or the closure.
Hey, Odd, you want to go first?
Well, these goblins did not seem to respond to what you were saying or what Tarkala was saying, so I don't see such a good chance of actually communicating with them.
Well, we're just gonna stand out here and just stare at each other then until someone fires an arrow. Is that what we want? Victor, how about you go in first?
I'll slowly step in.
Okay, as you do, the two goblins start backing, take a step back as you take a step forward, basically.
I'll slowly kind of continue.
All right. Every step you take forward, they take a step backwards, backing away, because their feet, their legs are shorter than yours. You do approach them a little bit, but they are staying out of your range, basically. Both sort of low down to the ground, their shields held high, their blades, because their arms are fairly long, nearly touching the ground as they're retreating backwards. And you can now see the main chamber. The floor is made mainly of dust and earth itself. Opposite you, maybe a good, let's see what the exact range on this is. That would be about maybe about 15 or so yards away. There is this makeshift wooden throne and made of like pieces of rock and wood and bone that Tarkala has told you before. And there's this goblin with a spiked club and wearing leather armor with what looks to be a Ambrian helmet, actually, or a piece of an Ambrian helmet on his head now, sitting on the throne. And the female goblin is sort of at his side, the shaman, sorceress, or whatever Tarkala described her as. And she's sort of pointing in your direction and whispering something. And what you assume must be some sort of chieftain or whatever title he gave himself, sort of looking at her and sort of nodding, half shaking his head. There is, other than that, there's about 12 or so other goblins in the room. 4 of them quite well armed with their scimitar-type weapons, shields, and leather armor. And they are all now backing away to stand in between you and the chieftain, like building some sort of honor guard, basically, between you and the chieftain, like right in front of the chieftain, like a little small shield wall with the 4 of them. And there's another 8 goblins in the room, less well armed, still wearing like patches of fur and leather. 4 of those have bows and arrows notched, and the other 4 have spears. The spear points are pointing in your direction, not aggressively, but more defensively. And they're sort of posted along the sides of the wall, of the chamber.
Okay, I follow Victor into the room.
All right.
I say hi.
The goblin chieftain stands up. Give me a vigilance check, Victor. Oh, sorry, and Odd, you said you also follow?
Yep.
Okay, then you can also roll me a vigilance check.
My first success of the night.
All right. As you do step into this main chamber, Victor, you hear something weird. It's like some sort of grunting and rooting sounds, muffled, somewhere under you. Seems like they're coming from the floor.
Okay, damn it. The dice doesn't work out. 1 second.
Like directly beneath me?
No, not directly beneath you, but like a hidden beneath you, from the sort of the center of the room.
And whoa, a 2. There
I got 2
is
also.
like six levels of success.
You also hear this, Odd.
Mm-hmm.
Darkala, you're still outside?
Yeah, I'm hanging back a bit. I'm not like super far away, but I'm approaching the door. But
All right. You just
Yeah.
saw Victor and Odd disappearing inside. You don't hear any combat noise, so you assume everything's fine for now. And Gudrunal seems to be still sort of lingering around the doorway.
Yeah, I'm basically standing right outside.
All right.
I'll signal for them to come in.
All right. So Victor gives you like a over the shoulder.
I guess I come in.
Okay, so Gudrunal follows as well. Darkala?
I guess I'll follow, although I'm standing basically right in the doorway.
All right. So yeah, the doorway is it's a small room behind that main doorway, and then another doorway leading into the central chamber. So if you stand outside in the main doorway, you won't be able to see too much inside the chamber. However, you
All
do
right.
see.
Then I'll walk into the second doorway basically and
Alright.
stand there.
All right. As you do, and as Darkala appears, you see the goblins are sort of exchanging glances, and one of them says, the chieftain does a motion with his hand, and then it's like a beckoning gesture towards you, all of you. But you can definitely see he's also tense, and everyone around him is also quite tense.
As I move forward, I attempt to use whatever, knowing it may be very different, but whatever I may have learned in my tribe was sort of like a way of showing a deference or submission, sort of like keeping my head down and not making eye contact with him as I approach and so on.
All right. What does the rest of you do?
I already said hi.
I'm standing somewhere between Victor and Odd, and lie somewhere back as well.
Okay, so-
I give a slight bow towards the chief on its throne, and then basically just stare intently at Darkala, who's mostly walked past by me right by this point, right?
Yes, Darkala seems to be approaching, right? You're approaching the chieftain?
Yeah.
What about the rest of you? Is anyone following Darkala?
I'll be behind Tarkala, but I'll let her go first.
All right. Odd, you're staying behind or following?
Well, as I see the others walking forward, I also slowly take a few steps towards the chief.
Okay. And Gudrunal, you're sort of staying back at the
A
entrance,
little
right,
bit
of the
behind.
room.
Yeah.
Okay. When you sort of reach the center of the room, the chieftain gives you like a stop, basically, with his hand. Probably something like that means like something that's close enough, or something along the lines.
I sort of bow my head and step a little bit further back.
All right.
Like just a half a pace,
So you're now pretty much in the center of the room, about maybe 4 or 5 meters away from the chieftain and his little wall of 4 goblin bodyguards with their shields raised in between you and him. The chieftain says, and Takala, you vaguely understand he said something about tollings, by which you assume he means your companions, and a question. You didn't quite catch the gist of it.
All right. Well, speaking very, very slowly and as clearly as I can, I sort of try to say to him something along the lines that we look for some other, and then I use the word that he used to refer to my companions. And that I again tried to throw in some words about oh yeah, friendly, we don't want to cause any problems, whatever, blah blah blah, and make a few more sort of reverent gestures, bowing a bit, and
Okay. As you do so, you see behind the chieftain, sort of standing behind the chieftain, his sister or whatever companion's eyes go a bit wider, and you see she glances over her shoulder at what looks to be a doorway somewhere to your left behind you that leads to what seems to be like a side chamber to the tower itself. And then she steps up and starts whispering the chieftain's ear, keeping the voice low, and shaking her head. The chieftain looks at her, looks at you. Then looks at the warriors around him. None of them seem too keen on a fight, but there's definitely a lot of tension in the room. There's just heavy breathing goblin looking at each other, keeping an eye on you, and there's a couple of shaky spear tips pointing in your direction. One of the archers is actually notched an arrow and drawn back a little bit and looks kind of eager to let go. And a few seconds pass. Then the chieftain sits back down, starts sort of toying with his armrest on the right side, gives a nod towards the sort of a slightly disgusted looking nod, and the female steps forth, gives a small bow in return, and says in a dialect that you can mostly understand, Rakala, says, "Brother Gaba, mighty chief, offers welcome. Me, Nyek, shaman."
And I sort of bow.
Tarkala, you're the only one who can understand that. For the rest of it, it's just gibberish.
All right. I bow again and sort of, yes, we are most grateful for the mercy of the great chieftain, and we bow before you as well, mighty Nyeg, or whatever her name was. And I sort of again trying to be as deferential as possible. And then I explain again to her now, we are looking for some other tall ones that pass this way. They were members of the Ordo Magica. Well, I suppose that may not mean much, but long robes they had. They were spellcasters as well. Have you seen them? Oh, great, mighty, and revered Nieg.
She looks back. You know of the creeping horror?
The creeping horror. Is that the thing which has created these great swaths of darkness and death through the land?
We think it's... I saw dream. In dream, I saw salvation for our kind. Are you what I saw?
Us, salvation. As much as I would wish to be someone's salvation, O honored Nieg, I cannot say that I am particularly hopeful that I am such, but we will try our best to remove this evil from the land, should we encounter it. But I must be honest, I hope that we do not. What more do you know of this creature? For we know very little of it.
It kills, draws the life. It is frost and darkness, a wind. King, it is death. We came to the surface to escape such things, not to run into them again.
Yes, this thing is surely a great evil. But this tower, just out of character real quick, the mages were supposed to have been in this tower.
Yeah,
and we have so far seen no sign of them. All right, yeah.
Well, except for buildings outside and such, but yeah, no obvious sign.
These ones that we seek, they had hoped to discover some power that might rid the land of this evil, but
Yes,
we have lost trace of them. Were they in the tower when you arrived?
We found them, yes. Many dead. The darkness claimed them. One, all but one.
All but one, you say? And where is this one?
As you say that, the chieftain goes, Nieg, my brother says we need to make deal first.
What sort of deal would you propose, O honored Nieg?
I not speak for Urbuktur tribe. Gaba speaks. Gabal is chief. I just speak words of his. Urbuktur need weapons, armor to defend ourselves. Kaba wishes for that, to make deal.
Weapons. Well, we may have a handful of weapons to spare, but we do not have much. We cannot outfit your entire company and still be able to face this evil ourselves.
She looks upwards, and as you follow her gaze, you can see there's these platforms that sort of attach to the interior sides of the tower. And as you look up, you see a multitude of goblin faces just peeking down the platforms above your heads at you. Elderly and young ones, and a few women. There's a good 20 or so more goblins up there. They look quite scared.
And I hadn't seen any sort of weapons or anything in the shed, right? That was just like some mundane supplies and tools and
No, there were no weapons in the shed, no.
Yeah.
I mean, there was like a pickaxe or two maybe that could be used as weapons, but they're not weapons as such.
Yeah. Yeah, and I sort of look around at my companions, and I sort of turn to them and sort of briefly just give them a very quick summary, like that the people were all dead aside from one, and that they will only let us talk to this person if we can find some way to outfit them with weapons.
I'll take the long sword that I replaced with the one I lost in my back. And I'll unstrap it and I'll lay it at the floor in front of him.
All right.
I take one of the axes I also got in the Ordo Magica shed, and basically walk forward very slowly and lay down a bit in front of Tarkala on the floor.
All right.
And then take a step back again.
I suppose I'll drop the bow and the arrows.
Okay.
And I will lay an extra. I'll remove like 5 arrows and put those. I'll take 5 of the arrows from my pack, not from my own quiver, and put them down on the ground to add them to the pile of arrows. And I sort of like look around to see if anyone else has anything that they are able to add to the pile. And if not, then I turn to Nyeg and I say, "This is all that we can spare. Would this be sufficient for the mighty Gaba, honored son of many strong fathers?"
She turns to look at him. Give me a persuasive check.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, God. Only 2 levels of failure, I suppose.
Okay. Gaba shakes his head. Nyakas. Gaba. Once more.
I'll
I turn and relay this to the others, shaking my head irritably.
Does anyone have any extra rations that we can maybe?
Well, he wanted weapons.
But at a certain point, we don't have more weapons to give. Maybe we can sweeten the deal with some rations for the elderly and the children.
I also pull out I pull out an extra couple of rations from my pack and put them down. Well, we don't have many more weapons to spare, but they're food.
Narash. Nyah. Aracha. Injarta. And he points at Odd and then at Victor.
I turn to Nyeg. Forgive me, but my feeble mind is not sharp enough to understand the great words of the mighty Gaba.
The Gaba brother says they have many weapons. He wants more weapons. We need to defend. Urubuktur tribe has to defend what's left.
I sigh. Oh, I get derelayed that back to me.
As Tarkala tells me this, I put out or take out the sword I took from the shed and lie it down next to the axe.
All right.
Do they look satisfied with that?
Gaba takes a look at the sword. He says, "Yeah, points, and one of his what looks to be like his bodyguards or elite warriors or whatever comes up, putting his own weapon away, grabs weapons and sort of starts pulling them and puts them at the feet of the chieftain. He looks down at it, picks up the sword, looks at it, swings it through the air a couple of times, looks at it hesitantly, and gives a wide grin. Narash! Yes, and then sits back down. And he said, and you can see, while you don't understand his words, the tension, or at least a little bit of the tension, leaves the room. And Nieg says, Brother Gaba is happy. He welcomes you to Big Paw Kingdom.
I give a very low bow. I am most honored by his hospitality, as are my companions, although their feeble tongues lack the gift of the goblin speech, and they cannot express it. Let me extend on their behalf their undying gratitude to the mighty Kappa, strong of arm and sword.
She gives you like a nod and then just like extends one finger. Wait. Returns to her brother and they start whispering back and forth. He sort of initially shaking his head a couple times and hesitantly nodding and then looking back down at the weapons, looking back at her and shaking his head again and then nodding and says, and then points at like the group. Nieg comes back and says, now approaches a bit further to you, Tarkala, and says, why do you travel with these tallings? We heard they can be very dangerous. We have not seen many alive ones.
Well, yes, danger indeed, but so is Davokar. I have found that it is not so terrible too. Did she say something?
Yeah, she said, Davokar? I do not understand that word.
And whatever my goblin word for the forest.
You use the same word, actually.
And she doesn't. Okay. This place, this forest where I come from, it is full of many dangers. They have made a place where they have some measure of safety from the terrors outside in the forest. And I have found that if I remain there and venture outside to the forest and use their gold to buy better weapons, which they pay me for risking my life, I suppose it is a bit silly, but at the end of the day, I feel a bit safer than being all by myself in the woods, because I have no tribe left to return to.
We have heard of this elf garden, and many tallings live in it.
Yes, and some goblins as well. Many of them have become subservient little lapdogs, but suppose that is its own sort of life.
Yes, servants to the Druzak, as always. Yes, if they want, before we can grow properly.
Grow? What do you mean by that?
What?
I just give them a confused look. You know nothing of Davokar? And what do you mean? Perhaps I have misunderstood a word in your dialect. What is this of
We
growing?
have heard tales of this elf garden you call Davokar. But
Yes, you are in Davokar.
Yes.
Where do you come from?
Underhill is...
Underhill?
Yes. Our home. We were hunted by Druzak, wanting to enslave the tribe. Urbuktur. We had no choice. We had to come out into the world of sky and burning eye and the garden of elves.
I just give her a long, confused stare. You speak of many strange things which I do not understand. So this tolling, can we speak with it?
Yes. It seems strange that maybe all tollings are. I only met the one.
I sort of look around at my Ambrian companions. Yes, they are indeed very strange.
Need you to. Chief guard will follow. Do not use weapon. They jumpy.
Of course.
We must protect our own. Uktur must survive.
I just sort of nod in agreement and guess follow her wherever she's going.
Yep.
And I turn to the others to let them know that she's going to take us, or at least me, I'm not sure, to some human.
Okay. You look. Sorry, go ahead.
As Tarkala is basically starting to walk after her, I bow down to her and I ask her, "You did speak quite a while. Did they say something else of interest?"
Well, I will tell you more of it later. Now is not really the time for lengthy conversations.
I look very sad, or rather sad at this prospect. However, a bit mollified by getting to know the stuff later, and then start following Tarkala.
All right. You see, there is a side chamber from the looks of it. The entrance covered by curtains of thick hide that she's leading you to. And she uses her staff to push the curtains aside, and you see beyond it is a room, a single stone room about 3 paces wide and 3 deep, with a ceiling that is just high enough for Odd to step inside without having to stoop down. However, there is several very unusual things in this room. Firstly, there is a large opening high up on the eastern wall of the room itself. It looks like the stone crumbled inwards. There's several rocks lying around. The second unusual thing is, in this room, there are actually still living plants pushing through the stones. They are not blackened and they are not dead, like all the other plants that you have seen in the tower and outside of it. And there's also a circle drawn onto the ground in lines that shimmer in soft silver light, runes that seem to slowly move on their own as you look at them. And in the center of this circle sits a man. Behind him, there is several rows of corpses stacked upon each other and leaning against the wall. Most of the corpses dressed in the robes of Ordo Magica. The man sitting in the center of the circle is not dressed in such a robe. He's dressed in leather, simple clothing really, and he is sitting on the ground in the center of the circle, pretty much. And he looks up at you as you enter, and he sees wide eyes. He has a fairly bony face, like he hasn't eaten much recently. Nearly bald, with just a little bit of hair here and there. A slightly big head very, very bony figure underneath his clothing. I'm pretty sure you were pretty sure you'd be able to count his ribs underneath, and these long, thin fingers, dark, dirty fingernails. And he seems to be tying pieces of string and leather up with his finger, these quick, jerky, nervous movements. His lips seem extremely dried and split open crusted with dried blood. And there is also a large book, a leather-bound tome lying next to him, also inside the circle. He looks up and he gives this sort of weird whistling sound, as if he's trying to whistle but doesn't quite know how. Looking at you, wide-eyed, blinking a few times. This
Are you quite all
is the
right?
calling I speak of. He's the only one who
Strange
hides.
indeed.
He does not wish to move. We fed him a little, but we do not have much to spare.
As I see the very bony and hungry figure, I also take out some rations out of my pack and try to hand it to him.
He looks up at you and then at the food as if he doesn't quite know what that's supposed to be. But then his eyes clear a bit and he grabs the food, takes it and starts gnawing on it. You can see as he opens his mouth, there's not many teeth left. And his gum is so slightly swollen. And as he does so, he holds out his other hand and he presents to you what he was tying up. It looks like a bit of and piece of like bits and pieces of bone and string and wood tied together to form this sort of sun-like shape. And he seems to be offering it out to you like an exchange, basically, of goods.
I eye the shape a bit suspiciously, but then take the offering.
A man of Prius, maybe?
Where do you come from?
Thistlehold, where did you come from?
Same place.
Right. What are you doing here?
He spits out a bit and there's a little bit of dried blood mixed in with the little remains of cheese and bread. And you can see his gum has started bleeding. There's a little bit of blood trickling down his lips. Now, what do you want? You come to seek her blessing?
No, we're here to investigate the Ordo Magica behind you.
They're dead. The darkness got them.
Right. Is this Alex coughing or?
No, that was him.
Yeah, okay. So what are you doing here?
I'm staying here, not moving at all.
Right. Why are you not moving at all?
Oh, it's a circle, you see?
Uh-huh.
He points at the silver line surrounding him.
Yeah, I can see that it's a circle, yeah. And?
Someone has to be here. She needs someone to express devotion and perform the rites.
Mm-hmm.
I'm afraid to ask who.
The protectress. She who saved me from the darkness. In her honor and the honor of great priors, I keep my watch here. No one shall ever say that Tonsil will leave his post.
You're kidding.
Mr. Tonsilstone.
What?
That was out of character. Oh, You are the guy the young lady was talking about.
Lady? What young lady?
Back at the outpost by the river.
Yeah, this.
Starts scratching the side. You can see his dirty fingernails sort of scratching into his flesh, and there's actually a little bit of blood trickling out as he just scratched himself a little bloody next to his ear.
I sort of lean over to Victor and go, doesn't this seem like the signs of heavy corruption? Chief?
Well, no, I think this guy's just fucking crazy.
Crazy? You call me crazy?
No, not you.
No man there. You know who's crazy? You're crazy. You're standing out there. You haven't been protected. You haven't been blessed like I am. I had. If the darkness returns, you'll all die.
Where is she now?
I didn't know. She came down, climbed down from the heavens on shimmering threads to save me. But then she went away. She gave me this. He shows the side of his neck, and you can see there's like a large jagged hole on the side, slightly black, like some sort of wound. She saved me. Her touch, her blessed touch.
Out of character, does this look like signs of corruption to me?
Give me a vigilance check.
Okay.
You are not certain.
I would like to step forward and sort of like take a closer look at this guy too. Like, I don't like the look of him. He looks very.
Give me a vigilance check. She looks back at you sort of suspiciously with narrow eyes. Is he studying you the way he studies? You study him.
I don't know what is going on with his nasty.
Certainly weird, and that definitely looks like some sort of wound on the back of his neck. But it's a wound like you've never seen before. You don't spot any obvious signs of corruption on him, but he's definitely seen better days, and he seems more than slightly odd.
Any
Right.
obvious signs of corruption? Except for the giant black hole.
Massive bleeding wounds. He doesn't have weird boils. His flesh is not like scaly or anything like that. He doesn't have black eyes or fangs or claws and such. These obvious signs of corruption.
Well, the black hole in his neck, kind of.
Sorry?
The black hole in his neck kind of seems like a sign of corruption to me.
What could it be?
Or maybe he just got a bad bug bite. Like, there's big mosquitoes. Do we see any?
Nope.
Well, how are you talking to the mother? Like, the protectors?
She speaks in my head.
Okay. What did she say? And as after I said, I turned to Gundren and said, definitely crazy.
I am not crazy. I can hear her. She speaks. You can listen to her yourself.
Oh,
What
how
is
can
she
you-
saying?
Well, how can I speak to her?
Listen. Can you hear her? Oh,
Ah, yes, I think I can.
I'm with the floor. Forgive me. Come. And he stands up and retreats a little bit, still staying inside the circle, but like making a little bit of space. Looking down and grabbing the book and sort of holding it. Careful.
What is this book?
Not touch the lines.
What are you reading there?
Not reading, I'm writing you. Imbecilic ogre.
Hey, let's not be nice.
Definitely an
Let's
outrage.
not be. let's be nice. And I'll come and I'll sit down next to him in the circle.
Okay. As you enter the circle, you feel this aura of warmth radiating from the ground. It's several degrees warmer down here in here, as it was just 2 yards behind you. And as you sit down, you feel the sense of weird calmness washing over you. Yes, good. Close your eyes. You have not felt her touch like I have. As he rubs the weird wound on the back of his neck. But I think she can still talk to you if she so chooses, if you are worthy.
I'll close my eyes and listen.
All right. What's the rest of you doing?
I also step carefully inside the circle and look at
that's not gonna be possible. You're an ogre. You take way up too much space. You'd have to push at least one of them out of the circle.
Big guy, wait your turn.
Okay, then I'll eye the situation very curiously before bowing down and focusing on the circle itself.
All right.
Trying to see what is happening with that stuff and basically just eyeing it very, very curiously.
All right. Give me a vigilance check. Oh, actually, a cunning check, not a vigilance check, a cunning check.
Okay.
A 1. All right. So you have, in your stay in Thistlehold, you have actually heard of this type of magic. This is a ritual magic, and you can see the traces of some sort of silverish powder that Ordo Magica must have employed to activate this circle. It is definitely still in effect. This ritual is still working, and it has a very faintly, an aura that you can very faintly feel. And while you are not, sadly, even though you did your best so far, while you do not have much knowledge about Ordo Magica, you have managed to piece together some rumors and stories and such that you have heard in your stay in Thistlehold, which was, after all, about 2 months or so. And this is this circle has been established using the so-called magic circle ritual, which basically allows telepathic communication with someone who stands in a magic circle and someone else who stands in a different magic circle, no matter how far they are apart.
Oh, shit.
That's what you know, basically.
Okay, I'll bow towards Tarkala and start whispering this towards her.
All right.
Very interesting. So perhaps it is using the circle to contact some other. The Ordo Magica.
As
Who knows what
Victor,
Are you certain that it isn't it? This guy seems crazy enough to be contacted by another mage and mistake it for a goddess or a beast or something.
as you
Could very well
close
be.
your eyes, trying to push out the sounds of the voices of your companions, and tonsils, like heavy breathing, as he is getting a bit agitated, very close to you, and his body odor isn't that great. And honestly, the corpses in the corner, weirdly enough, do not actually smell as bad as you would have expected, judging by the fact, like, after all, they've been dead for a while.
Mhm.
However, all this is pushed aside by a powerful new sensation. The sensation of cold rock touching your skin. As if you're running your hands along a wall or something. Even though your hands are at your sides, they're not touching anything. And then a flash of light and something that looks like a silvery ray crossing your vision. And then a presence inside your head and a voice speaking. Ah, a new one. Welcome. What manner of being are you?
Human?
Ah, yes. I have seen your kind before.
And who might you be?
I am the White Lady, daughter of Oroke. She who waits in the hidden places. She who journeys between the realm of spirits and your world. Descendant of the Weaver. The architect of the web of destiny.
So, may I see you?
I am not where you are, foolish man. I use the magic to communicate with you. The arcane mark left behind by other humans. Why are you there? Not
Well,
many
there's a
kind.
bunch of humans that died here, and we haven't talked to them in a while. So their friends sent us out here to see if they were dead.
A rescue mission, I see.
I mean, only one of them's alive, so I guess
I have
still it's a rescue mission.
You are welcome.
Oh, was that you? Thank you. I really appreciate it.
I saved
What happened to the rest of them, though?
They were swallowed by the black wind.
So I'm assuming that's what killed the trees out there, right?
Yes, it moves through the forest, leeching the life from whatever it touches.
Well, we need to stop this thing.
There's only one way to stop it. Two ways, of course. But one of those ways would lead to make it even more powerful. I would not suggest doing that.
All right. So what's the good way for us then?
I could stop it. But not
What's your
alone.
price?
Not without help. My price is the nectar of the divine.
All right. I think I'm willing to help if we can stop this thing.
A long time ago, this forest was not planted yet. Your kind, or some that were like your kind, lived here. One of their rulers was entombed not too far from where we are. With him entombed the nectar of the divine, stolen from my father and mother. It is my birthright. Only I can lay true claim to it. If you help me claim it, I shall take care of the black wind for you.
Sounds like a fair trade.
Indeed. Xanatha always offers fair trades.
So where can we find this? Oh wait, we know. Is it crap? What's the team's name?
Sorry?
What's the name of the guy? The
Which
tomb.
guy?
The tomb on the map. Crap.
Sorry, which guy?
The Simbar King.
Yeah, the Simba King.
Hurian
Is
Lo
that
Apak.
his tomb?
Yes. There is only one tomb here. It is protected. The black wind wants the nectar as well, but it cannot enter the tomb. It is pushed away by the runes in its walls. Thus it circles and searches and drains the life from whatever it can.
All right. I'm gonna get out of this trance here if that's cool with you. Go tell my friends, and then probably tomorrow because it's getting kind of late, and I need some rest before we head out. But we're gonna head out to the tomb. We're gonna help you out.
It is not as easy. The tomb is not opened easily. It is closed up, but there is 2 paths inside. The main gate and another path, a deeper path. I know of this path. It is close to where I am at the moment. But if you wish to make an alliance with Xanatha, you will have to come where Xanatha is. So Xanatha can give you her protection against the Black Wind, like she did with the human. So he did not die.
Sounds good. We'll be there like what, tomorrow? How far away?
From where you are now, you have to walk towards the southwest. There is a hole in the ground there, a crack leading underneath. That is where you will find me.
Sounds good. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right.
So do I exit the trance now, kind of thing?
Yeah, you feel the presence dissipate. Tonsil looking at you like super closely. He's sort of crouched down in front of you, and he's like, "Yes, you talked to her, didn't you? You heard her voice."
Nice. I look at my companions, and I say,
"I'm not crazy, stupid ogre."
"All right, guys. Here's the deal. Pretty sure there's a spider god, and we need to help her get her dad's juice because the old Simbar king stole it. We're gonna go meet her at a hole a little bit southwest tomorrow."
Yes, that is where
Tell
she
me
is.
more about this thing that you talked to. How do we know it can be trusted?
I
It says
just feel
white
like I
lady
could be trusted.
trusted.
Yeah.
He's a god.
And she
Look.
wants to kill.
It's
She
the
wants to
sign
kill
of her.
the blight.
This sounds very interesting.
So it says.
And I basically wait for Victor to step out of the circle. And as soon as he does this, I'll step in.
All right. It feels warmer. You feel a slight tingling sensation.
I also close my eyes and try to focus.
All right. Nothing seems to happen.
Yeah, I just wait and keep my ears open to hear what Victor has to tell.
All right, Tonsil's just standing there, clutching the book closed, looking at Odd at the edge of the circle now.
I kind of convey, the story. This thing that's killing them is this entity, and she knows how to stop it. And in fact, that's the reason that our friend here didn't die, Tonsil, because he had the gift from her.
Yes.
And I don't know what it was, but she calmed me down so much. I felt good. I felt happy. I felt safe. So I need to seek her out.
Yes. You experienced a part of her blessing, but you did not experience a touch yet. Only I did that.
That
She said-
thing on your neck is her touch.
Yes. Yes. Her protection. She said, the Black Wind cannot touch me if I bear her mark.
And it clearly didn't. So I think we need to do this, because at this point, we can't go back to the Order and tell them, yeah, we found your guys, something killed them, and we didn't try and stop it.
Why do we have to stop this creature?
I turn to Odd and say, Odd, imagine you help kill this horrible blight that murdered members of the Ordo Magica. They'll have to let you in.
At this prospect, my eyes light up with delight. I give up trying to sense anything from the circle, and am basically very, very short of making a jump of joy. You're right. That's a grandiose idea. We have to do this. And after that, I turn towards Tonsil and ask him, "And what are you writing there?"
Well, it gives you a suspicious look. It was the journal of the expedition. It was my duty to keep it, and I am still am. No one shall say Tonsil is shrinking away from his duty, even under these circumstances. I swore an oath to serve the Order, you know?
I see. Well, could we take a look in your journal?
Give me a persuade roll.
Whoa, only one level of failure.
I don't want your grubby fingers touching it. We'll tear it
How
apart.
about, me? I've received the mother's blessing as well.
It gives you a look. You're with the ogre, though. Give me a persuasion.
Success.
How many levels?
5.
He relaxes a bit and says, I suppose the white lady would not trust you if you were not a good man. Just do not let this thing put its dirty, grubby hands all over.
I wouldn't dream of it.
Holds out the book towards you.
At his words, I just roll with my eyes, but ignore him.
I turn to Gundrenal and I say, what do you think?
Look through it if you need to. I'll be right here, but I want it back.
Of course.
You're not taking it anywhere with you.
Now I ask Gundrenal what he thinks.
What I think is that this is all crazy, and I am not letting some crazy goddess touch me, okay?
She doesn't have to touch you. She's got to touch me. But do you think it's worth checking out?
Sure, whatever the fuck you say.
I nod and smile. Like, come on, you trust me.
We wouldn't have heard of this name or any of this at all ever before, I assume, because it's something from old Simbar or whatever, and we have no idea.
You have no clue now.
All right.
I mean,
where's this shaman lady?
Then maybe, but you want it to be fighty, not knowy.
I regret everything now.
I'm not just fighty. I'm also magic-y and turning into little creatures and shit.
Anyway, so
not even very good at fighting.
We're going to find out soon enough.
For a brief moment, so we'll have a 5-minute break and then pick it up and maybe go for another hour if everyone's okay with that, or something along those lines.
Sure. I'm good with that. It's perfect time for you to take a break because I got to run real quick. So,
Sorry?
5 minutes? I get 5 minutes?
Yeah, 5 minutes break. So I'll see you guys soon. Don't go anywhere. This is going to become more crazy still. You ain't seen nothing yet.
I'm looking forward to it. Okay, that sounds very interesting. Okay, break.
Okay, guys, whenever you're ready.
Good to go.
Already here.
All right, I think Martin's going to take another couple minutes, so we'll just continue on without him now. For now, he said something about bread baking or something for tomorrow morning. So yeah. Anyway, okay. So you have the book. You have talk to Tonsil for now, and you are now standing in the entrance of the chamber next to Nieg, the goblin shaman, who's been sort of watching the whole thing from the door, and been holding back a little, thinking her own thoughts. She does, however, as Takala steps up, she says, I do not believe my brother would want you to spend the night here, but if you want to spend the night out in little building, I believe he would be fine with that.
That would be acceptable to me. I will pass it on to the others. But one moment.
Also, when you walk through room, she points at the sort of main room behind her, don't step on enter.
Why not? What is down there?
Just don't.
Before we start leaving, Victor still has the book of the expedition, right?
He does, yes.
I'll flip through it when I go to, or I'll flip through it now.
All right. So looking through, it will take you probably half an hour or so to look through, even to flick through the book. It's about maybe 50 or 60 pages. Very neat handwriting, probably Tonsil's. And you flicking through, you see there's a map of the area, quite beautifully drawn, which I will show you now on Roll20. Apologies for all of you guys watching. I will add a link to the map that I made into the description of the video after about tomorrow, probably. I just couldn't find the time to properly upload it for now, but you will get to see it. Don't worry. Anyway, it's not 100% finished yet. As I said, I didn't really have the time, but this is the map that Tonsil has drawn of the area.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a lot of basically observations of life in the headquarters, lists of inventory and equipment and people they had hired, and so on and so on. But there is a few interesting bits and pieces that you come across, especially more towards the end of the whole thing. There is one says, just like the scouts foretold, we found the overgrown ruin satisfactory and established our base camp there. During the hike from the outpost, we had to be ever diligent, hacking a path through the dense greenery which rules the area. Everyone took to the knife to help clearing out the ruined keep. Outside, we left everything untouched, hoping to mask our presence. Who knows what famished creatures lurk hereabouts? Then there's another one. At the morning assembly, Magister Senya told us that she has established a circle here at the keep and completed a first report to Thistlehold. I noticed that others beside me find this reassuring. Even if all of us know that the feeling of security was an illusion, we are a long way from safety, and the circle will not save us if threats arise. But we can get advice, and that is a very precious thing in an exposed situation like ours. The investigation of the ruins has offered both joy and some exasperation. Our scouts have located the tomb from which the plunderer Gorak stole his tainted artifact. The ancient writings on the mausoleum indicate that it contains the remains of a person of stature, likely one of the local kings who ruled the area during SYMBAROUM's early days. That the tomb has already been breached is evident, but hopefully the robbers did not manage to empty it or destroy it completely. And another one. After mapping the whole area, Magister Senya found the tomb most promising. She also warned us about the sinkhole. This is hardly necessary, since we all know that 2 patrols have vanished in its vicinity, but it demonstrates the greatness of her heart and her care for all members of the expedition. The mutterings and curses of the scouts and servants are evidently misdirected. Magister Senya is far from a cold-hearted slave driver, and the ruins much more than some overgrown meat grinder. On another note, the scouts have reported seeing streaks of grayish-black death spreading throughout the area, radiating out from the sinkhole if the reports are correct. What this is and if it will affect our work is hard to know, but very easy to have nightmares about. Magister Senya has ordered the whole expedition to start preparing for entering the mausoleum, and she has deciphered the text on the entry vault, hunting for clues as to what awaits us inside. If the streaks of dead nature keep spreading, our time here may soon come to its end, so we have every reason to hurry. And then there is one very last entry that looks very different. The hand was quivering and the letters are different sizes and just hastily scratched down. And it says, "The ground quivers in pain, screams echo through the ruin. I dare not go outside. A deeper kind of darkness roams the night. I am nearly paralyzed. The cold eats at my soul. By Prios, the darkness is bleeding through the walls." And then there's a couple of weird scratches that you can't really decipher, and a little bit of blood on the page. And then from the heavens, a light, like a descending sun of shimmering limbs, she embraces me. The Savior is here. Prios be praised. That's where it ends.
And the sinkhole mentioned in the book, is this the same place where we were told to, or where Victor was told to go to see Xernata?
Possibly.
I hope so. But we need to go there.
Two things before we leave this place. First of all, this Magister Zinnia, did we see someone that matched her description among the bodies there?
You haven't really taken a close look yet. You just saw a bunch of people stacked up against the wall, basically.
Am I able to look before I head outside to the shed?
All right, certainly. So there's 7 corpses in total. 5 of them are encased in the robes of Ordo Magica cloaks. 2 of them are dressed in leather armor, probably some sort of mercenaries or such. The bodies are look dried out, basically. Give me a vigilance check as you do look at them closely. It is hard to really make out what's going on, why the bodies died. They look dried out, but there's no visible wounds on them, as far as you can tell. However, none of them matches the description of Magister Senya. Even though 2 of them are women, they're both younger women, and Magister Senya was supposed to be a sort of middle-aged, blonde woman. They're both sort of younger, dark-haired women.
As I see Tarkala rummaging around at the bodies, I also step up carefully, not to disturb the magical circle, and take a closer look at the corpses.
All right. Give me a vigilance check as well.
Mm-hmm.
You also fail to discern any specifics as to how the bodies how these people died.
Is it? It's similar to the gray streaks that we saw, though.
Sorry?
Is it similar to the gray streaks that we saw?
In some ways, yeah, I guess. They seem, as I said, they seem dried out. That's all you can tell.
Okay.
Really.
Right. Anything of interest on their that they? I assume that they're not like walking around with any sort of. They didn't have any kind of weapons or items or anything like that on them. They're just
the weapons you can see.
Yeah,
the goblins.
I guess they would have all been taken by the goblins anyhow.
However, you do notice that the corpses of the Ordo Magica members, the 5 of them, are still wearing their robes.
All right.
Do I know, or did I find out enough about Ordo Magica regarding how important their robes are for them? So if I were to take one of these robes, would they basically hang me for treason or some such?
They probably wouldn't hang you, but they'll be pretty pissed. Their robes are enchanted, and they are only given to full members of Ordo Magica. So no one else.
They're probably too small.
Well, that as well.
Consume
Yeah,
a couple together.
We should probably recover this. This is worthwhile property of the order.
It would be, for sure.
Well, I give a quick glance towards my companions, the goblin and Tonsil, and then begin to disrobe the members of
Okay.
the order.
He gives you a look and shakes his head. I suppose they're already dead. Your dirty ogre fingers can't do much damage.
I just sort of shake
ignore
my
him.
head and head off looking for the this shaman lady again to ask her if she may know anything at all about this person that Victor seems so enamored with.
Okay, you find her talking to her brother. He looks at you and gives you a bit of a grin, and you can see he's now wielding a sword. One of the sword that Victor dropped is now at his side, and several of his bodyguards are also using the weapons that you have provided. And
I approach.
he turns towards you, looks at you, gives you a look.
You speak of many strange things which I have never heard before. Perhaps you have heard of something very strange indeed. Have you heard of Senatha, a white lady, the descendant of the Weaver, or something of that sort? Does this sound familiar to you?
Yes. I have not heard the name, but we have seen it.
Is this the savior that you dreamed of?
No, it is no savior. It is death. It killed many of our people.
This white lady?
Yes, it lives where we arrived in this world.
Beneath the earth, you say?
Yes, at the exit. It makes its lair there. The walls are covered in its silk. It caught some of our people, wrapped them in, and pulled them away.
It claims that it has some way of protecting us from this black wind.
I know not.
Well, I do not like the sound of this thing at all. It sounds evil to me.
I know
And I
not.
head back to my... Sorry, continue.
It is old. I have seen in our home things like it, but not like it. Not like that.
Alright, I head back to my companions then. And I walk up to Victor. Victor, I've been speaking with the goblin shamaness. She tells me that this person, this thing, whatever it is that you spoke to, has been killing her people, trapping them in webs and murdering them. And it is the people that drove them out of their homes. It does not sound particularly benevolent to me.
Well, maybe they're just not chosen by her. I mean, I was chosen because I'm a follower of Prios.
I would imagine you're chosen because you're gullible and eager to please, but I suppose you may have a different perspective on this.
You know, for once, I actually agree with Shorty here.
I guess I have finished disrobing the corpses.
So that's yep.
I packed the robes into my backpack Then
Why are you always
walk up.
violating corpses?
What's wrong with you,
What is
Odd?
it with your
Jesus.
corpses, man? Seriously.
Hey, that's basically our thing by now. It's part of our
Yeah.
professionalism.
Yeah,
Anyhow,
right.
I pack the ropes into my backpack and walk up towards the others
Okay.
and listen in on the conversation. And then say, well, I couldn't establish any connection with this being Victor heard or saw in this magical circle. Maybe it only works on humans? Gudrunal, why don't you give it a try?
How about you go shove whatever weapon you have up your ass, okay? No, thank you.
Well, it is not like this circle or this magic here can harm you. At least as
Well,
far
I
as
wouldn't
I know.
be so sure about that. Victor seems to be under this thing's spell.
I'm not, though. This is Victor talking. Now, what would Victor say? Praise Prius.
This thing is certainly not Prios, and I doubt it has anything to do with him.
Charkala, you know it's me. I'm not under anything spell. Come on. Ask me something that only I would say.
I don't mean it in that sense. I mean that you seem unnaturally impressed with this creature and ready to run straight into its arms or maw or whatever it is that awaits us in this filthy hole in the earth that you want us to crawl into.
This is the most impressive thing since sliced whey bread, right? I'm not crazy, and I turn to Gunter. I'm like, I know the secret handshake. Like I can prove it. Like, guys, trust me on this, please. I've defended you so many times before.
No one's saying the thing has literally possessed your mind with some sort of foul magic. What I'm saying is that it seems capable of persuasion and trickery with words, and I don't trust it, and I would not like to speak with it.
Much less hand it over some artifacts.
Aside from that, the things you said it spoke to you about seem also a bit suspicious. If it killed the goblins and trapped them in some sort of web and speaks of a weaver, it might be some sort of giant spider for all we know.
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. She kind of alluded to that when she was speaking. But guys, they're feral goblins. Let's be real here. She might be a hero for killing them.
You see this like look of what the most emotion that you've probably seen out of Tarkala, just like this absolute rage, and then it just sort of dies down to this extremely cold look, and Tarkala just glares evilly at Victor and doesn't say anything.
Tarkala, I didn't mean it that way.
Embrians.
Odd exchanges
Foolish
a
of me
look
to
with
think that any of them are different.
Hey,
Odd
I'm standing right here, and I haven't said anything against you, okay?
Odd exchanges a short look with Tarkala, then stares at Victor.
Right, well, this guy is clearly out of his mind, so... should we just get the fuck out of here, right?
I say, look, can we stop at the sinkhole, check it out? If it's a trap...
Out the source of the...
If it's a trap and I die, it's a trap and I die.
Wasn't...
You guys...
Well, at this point, my aversion to you dying is shrinking by the moment, but I don't...
Well, that's fine, see, so you can afford.
Wasn't
I'm a
this
pretty needy
nectar...
guy. Yeah.
And mere weeks ago, you claimed I was overly optimistic.
Hold on, guys, you wanted us to find some kind of a nectar, right?
Yeah.
And it said this thing was in the mausoleum?
Yeah.
Well, yes, but this is beside the point. Why would we go to the mausoleum?
Because the
could-
doors.
We're
can't
supposed
get
to
into
go
the
to
front
the
door.
sinkhole of doom first so that we can get nasty marks on our necks. And
There's
probably
a
get even
back
worse.
passageway.
Treasure hunters, people. What we do is enter into bad places, take the valuable stuff, and get the fuck out.
If you already forgot, we were hired to find this place and report
that
to
we've
Ordo
done.
Magica and
That we've
potentially save survivors. We have one survivor who seems raging mad. The whole place, sorry, Terkala, look apologetically towards her, infested with some kind of feral goblins who can't even speak the goblin language our esteemed companion is using, and the whole situation
And
looking
just-
extremely bad. We could
Guys, we forgot.
go to this tomb and try to save Claudius, who is potentially dead by now. But do you really want to go there?
Well,
Magister Senya. Where is she? And I
In the
said, was she
pod.
among the corpses?
Among the pulpits.
no, she was not. So she is still out there somewhere.
She
And
wasn't.
we're
She could still
supposed
be
to-
alive.
I suppose so.
Listen,
Well,
this
turned
the spider
towards-
spider thing said the mausoleum that this dark creature couldn't enter there. So logically, it's probably the safest place in this entire forest right now.
for everyone who knows about this stuff. Then I turned to Tonsil. Master Tonsil, was it? Do you have any idea where Magister Senya could be?
Last time I saw her, she took a whole bunch of people to look into the mausoleum. You just read my notes, didn't you?
Well, you
Something
wouldn't
wrong
let
with your memory, isn't there?
you wouldn't let me touch them, right?
He just
Then
read
my-
them out loud. Weren't you listening? Boogers.
At that point, I just roll my eyes and silently commit his face to memory to potentially take revenge later on if he should survive the whole ordeal.
Seeing him do this, I'm kind of like, I wonder how many people he's actually ever taken revenge on. And I sort of chuckle under my breath.
So look, they went straight to the mausoleum. They never came back. They probably died on the way there. But you know who didn't die? You know what they did do? They didn't go to the sinkhole.
Well,
100% of people who went to the mausoleum are probably dead. 100% of the people who went to the sinkhole aren't dead.
And have nasty wounds on their necks and are stark raving mad. Well, I suppose he didn't go to the sinkhole, but that's what we're supposed to be going there for, isn't it? To be turned into stark raving mad, wound covered things.
I point to the bodies. I say, dead,
well,
dead, alive. And I point to myself. I'd like to stay alive.
Well, unless we
Haven't
slowly
you
turn it into abominations. Also, I don't fancy my odds particularly well, considering that this thing seems to have a penchant for killing goblins.
and haven't you also forgotten the searching parties mentioned in the notes who went to the sinkhole and just went missing?
Oh, I'm sure
Probably
they
easily
received the
by the
blessing of the
spider.
goddess and are now in some beautiful faraway realm, basking in the glorious warmth of whatever this thing is.
Or they
Yeah,
were eaten by a giant
dancing
spider.
through the
god.
webs.
Substantially more likely.
Guys, look, I want to take my chance with a giant spider. And it's something called the Black Wind.
Well, the black liquid can't enter the mausoleum. That's what your precious spider told you.
Well, I vote for entering the mausoleum and trying to find Master Senya. Perhaps we can establish some sort of treaty with these goblins and use this magical circle with someone who can actually use it to communicate with the Order, to tell them what we found and that a rescue party might be more in order than just a party to ascertain what actually happened.
No one here is going to know how to use the circle, I don't believe. From what we were told by whatever her name was back in Jakar, it requires a magister to perform this ritual and activate the circle. I don't think we have anyone around here that fits the bill.
Well, we have this Magister Senya who created the circle.
Well, certainly, but she's
Unless
not
she's dead
been
by
proven
now.
to be alive yet.
Okay, so our options are stay here and argue, go back to the boat and get the fuck out of here, go to the sinkhole, probably get eaten by a spider god, or go to the mausoleum that's supposedly the only place that's safe from the spider god and the black thing that eats things.
If we open the mausoleum, can't the darkness get in now?
Well,
Apparently, we don't have any
fuck
way of
divine.
opening it.
You
so that's
claim
kind of the problem.
that it is not possible for the darkness to get in there. How should I know how this works? What did this goddess tell you about the protection of the mausoleum?
She said that there was a back way in for us so we could get in from the sinkhole. Please trust me on this.
I do not trust
I
anyone.
I don't
Well,
like this.
whatever.
I don't like this situation at all.
I mean, the whole situation we're in, I don't like. I just want to get out of here.
We can go into the creepy spider sinkhole of doom.
But I do trust you, Victor. You are sometimes very crazy, but you were a loyal friend since basically we met, so I'll follow you.
Well, I suppose we're all going to die sooner or later. No point in running from it. May as well run headlong into the evil spider death that
I say-
awaits us.
Might as well die with a good friend, right? And I put my arms up for a hug from Darkala.
I just give you a long, evil stare. Now is not the best time.
At least it wasn't a cold, long, evil stare. I'll take it. I turned to Gundradal, and I said, "Look, Ambrian to Ambrian." And I give him the handshake. I say, "Come on, man. You can trust me."
So I'm willing to go to the sinkhole if we go to the mausoleum first and confirm that it isn't possible to just walk in.
Not the worst idea.
I will settle on that.
Right.
We're not going to open any weird doors. Nothing like that. Quick question for you, out of character. Is it colloquial?
Colloquial.
Is it called the Tomb of Dying Dreams, like by people, or is that just the name of the adventure? This is super metagamey, but like.
No, you don't know the name. That's just the
Okay.
name of the adventure. That's not something that.
I was like, if everyone kept calling it that, I'd be like, we probably shouldn't touch anything in there.
No.
All right, that works. I say, all right, we'll go in. We're not going to touch anything.
Right.
Seems reasonable enough. And I bow down towards Trakala, but I still think we should arrange some sort of agreement with your brethren here, so that when we return, we don't have to make another deal. We may have a bit friendlier greetings and not as much tension as this time.
What other deal are we supposed to offer them? I mean, we've given them all of the weapons that we can spare. They don't seem particularly hostile to us anymore. Should we come back this way again, we can deal with it when we get back. I don't particularly know what sort of deal you might want to make with them now.
Well, you know your people way better than me. So
These are not my people. They are very strange.
I'll follow your judgment on that. but I still think this magical circle here is probably our best chance of getting help if we should actually need it, and of fulfilling our mission towards the Order, without, wandering back for weeks on end towards Davokar.
Well, yes, when we find someone who is capable of performing this ritual, then we can cross that bridge.
As you say.
All right. You ready?
We ready to walk, you mean?
I guess we're gonna take
Well, go to
a
bed.
rest, right?
Yeah, I suppose so.
In the
shed.
out there.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you want to do?
How late is it, by the way?
It would be about maybe 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay.
There's still
How
quite
far
And-
away is the tomb?
How far are the
might be
sinkhole
able
and the
to make it by nightfall.
Okay.
I'm
How
gonna
far
vote
apart?
against going to creepy tomb that night. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry?
The map you have given to us, it looks like just kind of like a triangle almost, like the same equidistance between all of where we are and
Yeah,
everything.
kind of. Yeah, it is a mostly equal distance. Yeah.
How far apart are the tomb and the sinkhole in the description?
There's no description. It's just the images you see in front of you.
Okay. I don't actually see a sinkhole on that image at all.
This here is the
Ah,
sinkhole.
okay.
They all look fairly close.
And this is a tomb, if you're
Mhm.
asking what this is.
Okay, I see.
And this is where you are at the moment.
Mhm.
We're smack bang in the middle.
I see. Well, it is still early. However, I think it would definitely not be a good idea to wander around this deep in the forest of Davokar without any shelter at nightfall.
We should go in the morning.
Well, there's also whatever is under the ground here, which I don't particularly like, but I agree, rather here than in the forest.
So, what do you guys do?
Take a day's rest.
All right. Okay, so
Yeah.
you leave the tower after you
Yep.
return the book to council, of course.
Can we also try to make a copy of the map he gave us?
Sure. I mean, if you have paper on you or something similar.
Yep. I
Yes.
take out the paper where the novice made the crude sketching of the area. Take out ink.
That was not paper.
And-
That was on the ground.
Yeah, wait a second. Didn't I also ask him to make a drawing?
Yeah, he actually did make us a drawing inside while
Yep.
we were at the outpost.
Yeah, that was on the ground, not on paper.
No. Additionally to the drawing on the ground, I gave him a parchment and
Oh yeah,
asked him
that's
to.
yeah. I remember. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you have a drawing. Yes.
Yeah, I
So, yeah.
take out that and basically. Well, how good would I be at this? Yeah, and basically start refining it with the information on the book,
Alright.
and also trying my best not to touch the book at that, as Tonsil seems still crazy enough that he would outright attack me for that.
All right.
Well-
Yeah, sure. You can do that. Takes you maybe about 15, 20 minutes. Not too much.
Yep.
I'm
And
kind of
I've-
thinking we can just walk out with the book and he wouldn't do anything because he's stuck in the circle.
No.
Well, after finishing the refined drawing, I also go out towards the shed and then basically start looking around in the shed before starting with the day's rest.
So you give the book back to Tonsil or no, as you're leaving?
That's Victor's decision. He has the book.
I'll give it back.
All right. He takes it, nods, and says, "Listen, you have to go to her. Only with her blessing can you survive the darkness when it comes to get you. You don't want to end like them, do you? And he points at the little corpses. Only her blessing and our faith in Prios can we prevail here.
I know. And I give him like a nod. Like,
all right. So you leave the keep tower behind, and you go over to the shed. As you say, looking inside, as Tarkala had discovered, the shed is filled with spoiled goods, bread, meat, fish, fruits, and such. They're pretty disgusting looking. Some of them are actually just dried up completely. Others are covered with mold and such. There is also quite a few usable items here, however. There's several bundles of rope. There is a handful of lanterns. There's lots of like small canisters of lamp oil. There is different sets of field equipment, grappling hooks. There's pickaxes, there's shovels, there's, that sort of stuff. Excavating material, basically, or tools, excavation tools that have been left behind here. No weapons or armor, though.
did that cut out everyone else too?
Sorry?
Everything just cut out for me for like 10 seconds.
Oh, okay.
We found quite the gold mine, and I start packing my pack full, especially focusing on lamp oil and the ropes.
Already fairly full. So if you want to grab more stuff, you'll have to leave some of the stuff that you have here.
Okay, well then in that case...
I mean, unless you're happy to be slowed down, you can physically carry stuff, but it's just going to slow you down.
And this just means slower travel, or?
Well, slower travel, slower movement in combat. Quick checks will get penalties if you need to roll them, if you're unprepared and stuff like that.
I see.
Whatever would happen in real life if you had a very heavy backpack on your back.
Okay, then I'll just going to grab as much lamp oil as I can add to my pack without incurring penalties.
That's pretty much none. At the moment, you are at maximum carrying capacity without getting any penalties.
Okay. How much penalty do I get for how much lamp oil, and how much lamp oil is there?
This is not a computer game, I'm afraid. There's no table that I will show you. You will see when it happens.
Okay. In that case, I'll suggest just to the others, hey, we have quite a lot of useful utensils here. Especially the lamp oil would potentially be most helpful.
I'm pretty loaded up.
We can return for it when we're done here, maybe.
Well, you also have backpacks, don't you?
Sure. But I don't like lugging around things. That makes sense? It'll still be here. The goblins probably aren't going to take it. You can just return for it when we come back, alright? Unless you specifically need it for something.
Well, I thought it might help stave off creatures of the dark. And starting a fire can be very helpful in order to avoid predators of all kind.
I don't think whatever is in the depths of Dark Davokar is going to be particularly intimidated by large amounts of lamp oil. I think you should save your energy and not try to carry so much.
Well, as you think, I just imagined dousing the offending thing in the oil and then setting it ablaze. But yeah, you're probably right. Whatever is in the depths of Davokar will most likely not be faced by that.
Well, you can certainly bring some with you, but I don't think we're going to become overburdened pack horses for the purpose of possibly encountering this situation.
Well, as you say. With that, I leave the stuff just lying there around.
All right. So anyone else wants to pick up anything?
No.
I mean, I'm a 3-foot tall goblin. I assume I'm relatively got enough equipment as it is. I don't
You
think
definitely
I'm
do,
good.
especially with that crossbow that you're still lugging around.
Yeah.
All right. What's the next order of business? Are you staying here for the night or are you heading out? I mean, there's still quite a few hours of daylight.
Let's do it.
Do what?
Let's go.
Sleep. Sleep and then head out.
I'd rather sleep.
Okay. We'll
I
sleep.
don't want to be arriving there at bedtime.
We can sleep. I'm fine with that. Perfectly happy.
All right. So you
Yeah.
spend the rest of the afternoon in the shed after you have, I'm assuming you chuck out all the stinky food. You don't necessarily want to have rotting food
Yeah.
right next to you while you're asleep.
Yep.
Spend the rest of the afternoon here resting. The rain has thankfully stopped in the meantime. Still soggy ground, but not too badly. And prepare for your journey on the morrow. Is there anything anyone would like to do over the course of the afternoon or the night, that is?
Well, I just pray to the spirits of the forest and make them basically small offerings
Okay.
and build them sort of a miniature shrine and some such.
The goblins have not closed the door, but there's at least one goblin always there keeping an eye on you. Most of the time it's two. So you don't get the feeling that they really trust you that much.
All right. Shall we set up a watch for the night? Just in case the goblins don't spot something.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right. You do set watches. A small light inside the shed. The rest of you sleeping surrounded by walls. That gives you a slight sense of security, even though those walls are flimsy wooden walls. But better than nothing. Indeed, the night around here is eerily quiet. The only thing you do hear is the occasional goblin voice drifting over from the tower. The goblins do close the door at night, and none of them seems to be, even though goblins tend to be night active in a lot of ways, these do not seem to want to venture forth. And no other animals seem to be interested in approaching too closely. Whether that has anything to do with the presence of this black wind or other powers that might still yet to be discovered, you're not sure. However, you are not disturbed. So the next morning dawns without any further incidents.
All right.
So you're heading for the tomb? Is that
Yep.
what you said?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So you're heading, you have a fairly decent map of the area now, so you can find your way towards the tomb, leaving the Goblin Tower and the headquarters of the Lost Expedition behind. You head southwest, pushing through several of these, about 3 or so of these dead streaks in the forest. This creature, or whatever it is, this darkness that you have heard of, has definitely been moving here. It has been active in this part of the forest as well. However, not as much from what the looks of it as in others. You have the same order, I'm guessing, of marching.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so Takala hanging back, Gudrunal a bit front, and then Victor and Odd basically in the center. All right. You do, after a while, approach an area that seems to be more littered in tombs than the one you left behind. Wait, ruins, I meant, not tombs.
They're all this entire city is just tombs.
Yeah, there's just necropolis straight up. And you're not 100% sure where you are and where the tomb is, but it must be somewhere in this area. Around noon, you assume you must have arrived in the area. After about 4 hours of walking, where the tomb is to be found. The map also says so. However, everything's overgrown and it's kind of tricky to find it. So you can either look as a group, split up, or whatever you prefer to do.
Go as a group.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Okay. So whoever's the highest vigilance, which I believe is Takala, roll me a vigilance check then.
All right. Oh,
14.
that's, yeah,
Exactly a success, I believe,
that's
right?
my vigilance, yeah.
All right. It will take you a good 2 hours of searching, one running around the area, and then you do actually come to what looks to be a mound, basically. A asymmetrical mound that has sunken somewhat compared to the surrounding ground surface. It is covered in trees, in bushes, and undergrowth, and it looks pretty much like a natural element of the terrain. However, walking past, you do spot a wall that seems to be protruding from the earth, and that seems to have been more or less recently cleared of all creepers and vines and such that might have been on it. And you figure this must be a part of the mausoleum. The wall looks extremely massive, however, and it looks like someone already tried hacking at it, maybe with a pickaxe or something, but didn't do much damage. There's just a few faint scars in the stone as such. Give me a... I'm guessing Gudrunal and Tarkala would be up front at the moment.
Yeah.
Then both of you give me vigilance, please. And tell me if you succeed, how many levels you
Yay,
succeed.
12 levels of success.
12 levels. Oh, shit. Okay. While you're looking at this wall, Takala, you figure the entrance must be somewhere around the corner. And as you're heading up, you do actually see a little to your left, there seems to be a small clearing, I guess you would describe it as. Not really that large. And there is another piece of a wall there protruding from this hilltop, basically. And that actually has a stone gate that stands half open. It's ajar. And as you're looking at the stone gate, you spot slight movement out of the corner of your eye. Without turning your head, you look over and you see two figures, maybe about 20 meters to your right, hiding in the underbrush, staring at you. Two humanoid figures.
What do they look like? Are they recognizable to me in any way?
Looking at them out of the corner of your eye, you would say they look human-ish, but you can't get a clue.
All right.
They're sort of hiding
well,
behind bushes and staring at you. Crouched down.
I guess I'm walking near Gudrun also. I will just sort of move a bit closer to him and give him a little bit of a push and point them out to him.
Right.
Okay.
And then I sort of gesture for my other companions.
So you
Well, I
point
guess are ways behind.
at them.
I sort of like lean a bit closer to him after giving him a nudge, and I just sort of like turn my head slightly in that direction, and I say, "I see something."
I take a closer look.
Yeah, another vigilance check.
Okay.
I got my bow out at this point.
You have no clue where you don't see anything. It's just
I
green.
just give her this look like, what?
I just saw them.
And we have the next one seeing things. I step up as Tarkala beckons to me and bow down slightly to her. Yes, Tarkala?
I just saw them over there. Do I still
Them?
see them?
You sort of do, yeah. They have moved position a little bit, but you still catch a little bit of sight in them, of them in between the branches and bushes and such. Try not to like look at them too openly, of course.
Them?
I say,
I s-
Yeah, right that way.
and I sort of just like raise my eyebrow a little bit, giving a slight nod of my head.
Giving it a description.
I s-
All right. Hey.
Four. Nice. You do it very discreetly. They do not seem to notice as you're pointing out the direction. Now, with that,
I stare wide-eyed in the general direction.
okay. Odd just turns his head, like his whole body, and starts looking like where you're pointing at. And at that moment, you, Tarkala, see both of the figures retreating and disappearing.
All right.
Well, they're gone now. I couldn't quite get a good glimpse of them. I'm not sure what they were, but they were certainly watching us, and now they've disappeared somewhere.
You did look human. From what you can tell, they looked human, or human-ish at least. Like they were human-sized. They had two arms, 2 legs, a head, wearing some sort of leather clothing or something. You think you saw a beard on one of them, but you're not 100% sure.
Could it be
Alright.
elves, maybe?
Do elves have
Are the
beards?
elves?
I don't know.
They do not look like elves to you.
Okay.
Should we
Maybe-
try to follow them?
Perhaps it would be best if you were to assume your inconspicuous form and look after them a bit.
I suppose so.
And I again hand him my backpack, keeping a vial of herbal cure and concentrated magic in my pocket.
All right.
All right. So that's my resolute to shapeshift, and that's my resolute to only take 1 point of corruption.
Excellent.
So
Yeah.
I guess this time I will shift into the shape of a small mouse like creature.
Okay. All right.
Let's see.
And you're trying to follow them?
Yeah,
You have, I believe, like
heading in that
advantage
direction.
and vigilance checks, right? When you're a creature like that?
Yeah, exactly. I can. Well, no, not vigilance. I can reroll quick
Oh.
and discreet checks.
Right, not vigilance. Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
Well, then you'll have to use your ordinary senses, which are fairly sharp anyway, to see if you can follow them.
All right.
And the rest of the group is just hanging around where they are at the moment.
Hey,
Ooh,
I think I figured out where they went.
I put Tarkala's backpack down and basically just stand right next to it.
All right. Tarkala, as a rat type creature, scuttles away and disappears in the undergrowth. You can hear her for a bit, and then she stops making sound. You, Tarkala, sniffing out and follow the footprints of these 2 men moving around. And you don't get the impression that they seem particularly proficient in moving around the forest that much. They have left quite a distinctive trail to follow. And you do follow them, and you do catch sight of them after a while. They're moving fast, but not running, but it's definitely moving fast. They're 2 men indeed. One of them sort of a burly fellow with a brown beard. The other one more or less cleanly shaven, a blonde fella. They both look like Ambrians. And both dressed in sort of leather and studded leather armor. One of them is with a bow over his shoulder. The other one just grabbing a hatchet, holding a hatchet in one hand. And you follow them. How far do you want to follow them?
I mean, not crazy far. I'll follow them for a few minutes, I guess. And if they just seem to be moving far away and not really stopping anytime soon, then I'll turn back.
Okay. You do follow them for about a couple 100 meters, a couple minutes or so, and then you arrive at what looks to be another ruin, a sort of overgrown and partially submerged ruin that has sunken down into like a small pond. You can see, however, that there's a piece of the ruin still sticking out, and that piece of the ruin is covered with what looks to be some sort of cloth, making a makeshift, I guess, like a tent type structure. And you can see in front of the tent is a small campfire, and there's 3 more guys sitting there. These 2 of them look like barbarians. 1 looks like an Ambrian. And there is a small fire, a little bit of smoke trailing up. They're quite well armed. You see bows and spears and hatchets and short swords lying around. And they look sort of scruffy and generally not very well kept as such. But they're armored, they're armed. And they seem to be talking quietly amongst themselves. And then they stand up as they see the other 2 approaching. And one of the ones that is... that you were following, the bearded one, says, there's strangers at the tomb. They've been sniffing around. I believe we should tell the master. I saw an ogre, 2 men, and a goblin. And the other 3 look at each other. They can't be Ordo Magica, can they? Says a thin, weasel-faced man, playing with a knife in his hand. That can't be more. No. Whoever they are, maybe they'll find a way in. If they do, the master will want to know. I suppose, a 3rd man scratching his chin, I'll let him know. The others are like, sure, yeah, you go. And he's like, all right. And then stands up and walks into this ruin, basically disappearing inside. The other 4 sit down. You can sort of hear one of them musing, like, what do you think the master's going to want us to do? Ambush them on the way out or get them immediately? And the blonde fella that you were following, the one with the bow, says, they looked fairly tough. Not sure if I want to attack them if I don't have to. You crazy? We have the master and his servant with us. They don't stand a chance. I want to be honest, fellas. Don't know if this is a good idea. I mean, serving Odako was one thing, right? But serving this thing? Well, fuck Odako. He's dead. And the men that were with him as well. You want to end up with like Morkai? No, I don't. For sure not. So I'm telling you, serving this master is way better than serving Odako. He's way more powerful than Odako ever was, right? If we get into the tomb, he's promised us that we can keep most of the stuff. You know, there could be all kinds of stuff in there, all kinds of powers and riches waiting for us. And then the man that was disappeared inside the ruin comes back out and says, the master says to move out. Grab things. We'll get going. Is the master coming?
As they...
Hey, he's coming as well. We're all going. All right.
As they start sort of talking about this and like moving to get their things, I just scurry off as fast as I can back the way I came.
All right. And you appear at the side of your companions a couple minutes later.
All right. Yeah, I guess I'll go ahead and shift to my normal form. Pick my backpack up from the ground.
This is not particularly nice. What I've just seen. It seems that there are several men and their master, whatever the hell that thing is, spreading out into the woods, possibly to look for us.
Well,
And then I explain a bit in more detail about the conversation that I overheard.
well, if they're coming for us, we should try to lay a trap or an ambush.
I don't like the sound of this master thing. They seem to think that it was more than powerful enough to take us on.
Did you
That's the only choice that we have.
mention that the master was a person or something else?
I'm not sure. Whatever it is, I don't like the sound of it. It seems that we can't enter the tomb. Can we? I mean, it looks as if the Ordo Magica has already tried to find a way in.
Really? We can't make it
Well,
in?
the door's like 20 feet away, 20 yards away from you, and it's like ajar. So
Oh, it's a jar. Oh, crap. Yeah, okay. Sorry. I remember
Door
us
is a
finding...
jar.
Okay, well then let's go there.
there's a large stone door, double gate, and one of the gates is like half open, so it stands ajar.
All right. Somehow I missed that it was the tomb where the door was ajar. I thought that the Ordo Magica had tried to like hack on the door. All right.
That's what you
now.
can
I'm
see
sorry.
at the
I'm a
moment.
bit tired.
That's all right, don't worry.
It's a circular glass door, Michael.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
You're a jam, perhaps?
What?
It's probably full of death.
Well, you
Maybe
said the
we should go
door,
check it
the
out
door
anyway.
was ajar, and I was like,
Yeah, the
A
door
jar.
is a jar, a literal jar. It's like marmalade.
It's clearly what we're talking about here.
Yeah,
absolutely.
absolutely. I follow the others along towards the door.
Okay.
If that's indeed what we're doing, yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. So, what you see, the twin gate is ajar, as I said. You also see that there is several weird symbols all around the gate and on the wall. Some sort of writing as such, but none of you has... Actually, you have seen kind of something like that. You have seen it in Thistlehold. Remember that weird statue with the weird frog skeleton thing?
Yeah.
Toad, whatever it was, and these symbols that were on the base? That's what it looks like.
And
Oh,
didn't
that's
this
just-
lady tell us that this was like this old language of SYMBAROUM? That
Yes.
Yeah.
You have spoken to Master Vernon's assistant, Isbeth,
exactly, yeah.
to tell you that,
I motioned for someone else to go in first.
Why? You're a frontman, Victor. Go on.
This wasn't my choice.
Don't you have the protection of this goddess thing? Spider evil creature?
I walk up behind our Ambrians and just give both Ambrians a slight shove.
okay.
I
begrudgingly open the door.
I still having my hand on Victor's back, give him a bit of a more shove.
I begrudgingly go in first.
Okay. What you see in front of you is a rectangular chamber with openings left and right, so 2 tunnels going off. Inside of the chamber, there are 3 bodies, or 3 shapes on the floor, and opposite you is a large mosaic. However, the mosaic itself looks heavily damaged, and there's a massive crack going through it. And you cannot really make out what it was showing, other than it was something blue, black, and red. and there's a lot of colored stones on the floor. This damage looks like it was more or less recent. The three shapes on the floor are a body in the like very similar clothing to the one that Marla and Plendel were wearing, the two novices that you found. So you reckon it must be a novice of Ordo Magica, a female one, a woman. There is another long decomposed corpse, and so mostly skeletal, just with a few bits and pieces of flesh on it still, the faint odor of decay in the room. And there is an empty, archaic, and scorched-looking set of metal armor with two swords lying next to it on the ground.
And the second body is so decomposed that we can't...
Only Victor sees that. No one else entered the room so far.
Who sees that?
He's the only one who entered. You're still standing outside.
As I walk in, I make screams of terror. And when everyone else tries to react to it, I say, "I'm just kidding. It's just dead people."
As I hear my buddy Victor scream, firstly I was trying to or lighting a torch, and as I hear my buddy Victor scream, I draw my shield, torch in the other hand, and burst in the room.
Okay.
Probably running into Victor by at that point.
Yep.
I go, "Yeah, I'm just kidding. There's nothing in here besides dead bodies, but, what else did you expect?"
As Odd looks at you, silence settles down into the tomb. You can actually hear something coming from the right-hand corridor. You hear these weird scraping, shuffling sounds.
Oh, jeez.
I take the torch in my other hand and ready the club.
Wait.
Yeah, I'll draw my my crow's beak.
You wait for a moment or two, in silence, looking at the corridor, staring into blackness. No threat emerges. The sound slowly quiets down again.
Okay. And the second dead body is so decomposed that we can't make out what it is at all, right?
There's a little bit of bits and pieces of armor on it. You can obviously take a close look if you want to at any of these.
Okay. At that point, I'll look closer on the second body and especially on the body of the novice.
All right. Give me a general vigilance check. Tarkala and Gudrunal, have you entered the chamber by now, or are you still standing outside?
I'm probably getting in with Victor.
Okay. Yeah, Odd is just staring wide out at everything, taking everything in, but not noticing anything. As he's just overwhelmed.
Yeah, way too strange situation, way too curious, and way too little chance to focus on anything without potentially missing anything else.
Tarkala, are you still standing outside?
When I hear Victor scream, I enter the tomb, and I'm standing just inside of the entrance, holding my bow. And as soon as I see that he's not actually in any sort of trouble, I let out a very grumpy sigh.
Okay.
I kind of look around and say, "Yeah, this is about what I expected in here." It'll be very passive aggressive.
I didn't want to be here in the first place.
No. But you said, well, I guess we'll look at the bodies then. You said there's a decomposed one.
Yeah, there's one, what looks to be a novice of Ordo Magica, fairly fresh, not fresh, but not decomposed. One heavily decomposed body and what looks to be one set of archaic armor just lying on the ground.
I'll look at the Ordo Magica member.
All right, give me a vigilance check.
Ooh. I can.
Okay. It's very dead, and it looks like it's been stabbed a lot.
I'm like, guys, this guy got stabbed.
It's a girl, actually, but yeah.
Wow, how extremely vigilant of you to notice that.
It's been stabbed. I look a little bit closer, trying to see if I recognize it. I mean, it's decomposed, right? So there's not really much to see here, I guess. Or this one's less decomposed.
Which one? The Ordo Magica one?
Yeah.
The novice? You can give me a vigilance check, of course.
Okay.
I'm going to just stand by the doorway and look outside.
Okay. Well, as I said, dead body, woman, mid-20s, stabbed a lot.
All right.
Blood everywhere.
If it's a woman in the
gender?
20s, I guess it's not Senya.
No, she's not wearing a robe of the Ordo. This is
a novice robe.
novice.
Sorry. Exactly. Yeah.
What other things are in this room? Any doors?
There is 2 hallways. One leading off to the right, which is where that weird sound came from, and one leading off to the left. Looking from like inside through the doorway, through the main gate.
I say no weird scratching because that's how we die. Let's go left.
All right. The left corridor goes like in an L shape, basically, turns a corner, and then leads you to another room that is better preserved than the one before you that you saw before. There's a lot of mosaics on the walls depicting different types of warriors from the looks of it. And there are also human remains scattered all over the floor, heavily decayed. And they're not one body. It looks like just pieces of a body or multiple bodies. But all of them, as I said, heavily decayed. There are what looks to be the remains of like 1 or 2 blades, a couple of like silver coins scattered in the whole thing, a tankard and such. And you also see that the way in front ahead is blocked by a low copper gate, already green with age and bordered by archaic runes that are still nonetheless slightly moving. If you don't look at them straight ahead, you can see the slight movement out of the corner of your eye.
Okay. And the gate itself is, these are just basically 2 wings next to each other, or is there a bar or something?
No bar.
Okay, then I'll just step up towards the gate and reach out and try to open it.
All right. Roll me 4 defense checks with -5 each.
Oh god.
Okay, 1 second.
Hey guys, the spider doesn't seem so bad now, does it?
-5. Holy shit.
Oh no, you sweet baby boy.
This is going to hurt. Roll me your armor plus your toughness thing 4 times.
Oh god.
What's your new character?
Okay. Okay, so as Odd goes to push the door, you can hear a sizzling sound, and then 4 blades come shooting out from slits in the wall, biting into Odd's flesh. He tries to leap backwards, but he's not fast enough. Odd, you take, let's see. You take 10 points of damage in total.
Oh god.
Holy shit.
Baby
The
boy.
blade slices into your body, stumble backwards, heavily bleeding.
I scream, stumble backwards, bleeding, look at the gate in deep terror,
And the blade
and then
retract and disappear in the wall while you're
And-
looking at them.
I then start praying towards the spirits and casting lay on hands on myself.
All right.
I get stabbed and starts
I
feeling
have
up.
to roll a resolute check for that.
Yeah, it's a resolute check.
For the hands.
There it is. So,
Okay, that is a success.
yep. So,
That's a 1d6, right?
Yep. It's a 1d. Yep, 1d6.
So you regenerate 3 health as Odd just goes down and puts both hands on himself and starts praying. And you see some of the blood slowing
Yep.
down, the blood flow, and some of the wounds closing. But he
And
will
I
still-
just repeat that.
Okay. Another regulate check, please.
Yep.
That is a fail. You still take 1 point of temporary corruption.
Yep. I repeat it again.
Certainly. That's a success.
Yep.
And another 5.
Yep.
And you have now 3 points of temporary corruption.
Yeah. And let me shortly calculate it. Okay. And I tried once more.
We do have some herbal
Be at
cures, but
12. I should be at 12 now, and yep.
All right,
And-
that's 4 points of temporary corruption.
Yeah, 4 points of temporary corruption, but my health is full again.
Yep, all right. And you see Odd just sitting there, focusing on himself, drawing the power of nature into himself, and slowly his wounds start closing up again. As this green light emanates from his hands and pulses through his body. So while this is happening, what's the rest of you doing?
well, when he starts trying to heal himself, I start looking a bit more closely at the where the blades came out of the wall. Are they all at the same level on the wall? Did they come out from some visible
There's 2
slits?
came like from below and 2 came from diagonally above.
All right.
I turn to Gundrenal and say, "This is your fault."
My fault. We're
You
going
wanna
to
come
go
here.
here anyways. The difference in your plan is that we would also have the bite of an evil god on us.
Who said anything about evil?
Fucking black hole in his neck. Did you not see it?
Victor appears to want a nasty oozing black hole in his neck.
It wasn't. No one said oozing. You guys are adding a lot of your own stuff to this, and I think it's completely unfair. You're just jealous that you didn't receive her blessing.
Yes, that's exactly it, Victor.
I pat on the back and say, "You okay, bud?"
I'm in the meantime sitting on the ground, basically glowing like a weird green atomic fungus, and looking up still hurt. I'm a bit better now, but it still hurts. I say we should not approach this gate again anytime soon.
Does it look like there's any way of blocking the blades or seeing where they come out so that one could avoid it, or is it?
Well, you can give me a vigilance check to see if you can find them.
Is looking for them gonna also possibly trigger them, or?
Who knows?
I'm
Should be.
standing back.
And just looking from where I'm standing to see
Alright.
if I see the slits in the wall. I'm
Yeah,
not
roll-
like walking up and peeking into the wall.
And roll well on your vigilance check. How many
Alright.
levels?
That's 6 levels of
You do
success.
spot 2. They're very cunningly concealed, very narrow slits. You're not quite sure where the other 2 are.
Any rocks or anything like that around?
There's the short stories.
Rubble? Alright,
there
I
is
pick up a...
two short swords and a dagger, all already slightly rusty and such.
Could definitely jam those in there.
Well, I pick up a rusty dagger and I throw it at the gate while standing well back.
All right. Nothing happens.
All right. Okay.
As I am healed again and feeling a bit better, I stand up. I take the spear that I've newly acquired, and
That's coming from behind you, by the way.
I turn around,
okay,
raising my bow.
I
At the
whirl
entrance
around.
of the chamber, you see a half-dozen figures standing. There, 3 of them have drawn bows, notched arrows, pointing them at you as they have approached while you were, well, doing other things. There's 2 more. One of them a large figure wearing, in fact, let me see what he's wearing exactly. One of them, a large figure wearing what looks to be some sort of heavy chainmail that's partially rusted. It has a helmet on his head with like a chain hood, and the face underneath it is pale and definitely dead. These soulless black eyes staring out at you. The other one, so the 5th or 6th figure technically, is a thin fellow with a hood over his face, holding something under his arm. And that figure was the one doing the and as you turn, slowly reaches back, takes off the hood, and you see a gaunt, pale, familiar face. Claudius.
Oh, damn.
He gives you a smile. And you see from the bundle that he's holding under his arm, 2 piercing red eyes staring at you. And you recognize the head with the copper crown on it. And Claudius gives a small, thin-lipped smile. His eyes, his gaze looking very different from what you remember a few months ago. This feverish intensity to it. And he says, "Long time no see." And that's where we ended for tonight.
Oh,
Jesus.
Well, you I think you're a little bit in a pickle, my friends.
I think
Luckily,
we're all gonna die.
you'll have a couple weeks to think about what to do next, because our dear Mbika is off traveling the world and such. So we'll have a couple of weeks break, but not to worry, we will pick this up towards the end of the month, I believe, or something like that. I'll let you know as soon as we know. And we'll be picking up right from this very moment.
God.
Oh, also,
So dead.
there's still a SYMBAROUM Kickstarter going on
3
for
days.
a campaign.
I backed it today.
Yes, so 3 days left, guys. So if you are interested in this game, if you like this very game, I'm sure you'll like the what's it called? The Witch Hammer, right? Is the current
Yeah.
Kickstarter. The second part of a 6 or 7 part campaign, which will they be releasing on and on. Go back it. I'm pretty sure it's going to be pretty cool, and we are probably ending up running it eventually once this finishes. And yeah, this might be over very quickly, within like an hour or so in our next session, depending on, well, how things go. You didn't want to have an ally. You wanted to go in by yourselves with enemies in your back. Not the smartest decision in the book. Anyway, we'll see how this turns out. You have been reunited with your 5th party, your lost party member. So that's something. And if you're watching this, Steven, you knew this was coming. So I hope I do Claudius justice. Hey, and maybe you'll have time to hop in, take over of your old character and murder your former party members. Or come to an agreement. We will see. Everything's open to discussions, right? Anyway, thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for playing. This is True Mouse Games. As always, if you liked our game, subscribe to our channel. We will be running more SYMBAROUM in the future. And until then, good night. Good luck with your own games. Stay safe, and bye-bye.